Hello.
Blah 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 blah. All right. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Wrong channel. This is the channel I want to be in. There we go. All right. So far, almost ready. Now I'm trying to remember. Did I? No, I did not play this game with a controller. I played this with a keyboard and mouse because, as I so often use controller on a lot of different games, like Clair Obscura, I believe. But you know, that's a turn-based one, and you know that one's a easy one to do. Whereas the Oblivion feels appropriately with a keyboard and mouse. Oh, so hi everyone! Happy Saturday, or Zach. Thank you so much for being the first one here. Nano Gamer, hi, good to see you. I'm noticing you're joining into the chats a little more often on the on the ones that go off in the morning, which, you know, awesome work. Thank you for joining in. Sippies. So yeah, if you're watching this as a VOD, you're not going to hear the background music because I have that on a separate channel just in case. But we're just having like fucking like Elder Scrolls music go off because I was like, you know what? I'm going to make it really fucking obvious that we're playing an Elder Scrolls game, like, leading up to it, and the best way to do that is by having the fucking music be Elder Scrolls. Sorry, I'm just, yeah. Fingertips are busy. It's like 7 p.m. for you. Nice! Oh my goodness. Blah, 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 blah. So, yesterday I was, where's my brain at? Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Yesterday was Friday, and I don't know what's going on with me more often than not, but, you know, like, I told Z this, Scribbly Noodle, during one of his streams, and he's like, that might be burnout. But I was like, I just had this moment where I was just like, oh my goodness, I am so tired. I said that aloud yesterday, and it was like, it wasn't even like, you know, it wasn't even like 9 p.m. or something like that. It was like 3 or 4 p.m., and I was just like, I am so tired. And it's just like, what's going on with me? And it's like, hey, Grant, maybe you're burnt out. Maybe you need to have like an actual break or something. I'm like, no! I just had a break like 2 weeks ago. And then it was like, yeah, from like streaming as well. And I was just like, I don't want to do that. I feel like it's just me not eating a lot of food as I'm still like trying to lose weight and what have you. I'm now down to like 94 point something. So I'm still moving down in weight, which is pretty good. I'm technically overweight. I am so close to getting 25% or less body fat. I am so close to getting into like the percentile where it isn't the where like, you know, the quote unquote average size is where I'm at and what have you. So now, like, oh my goodness, it's gonna be so compelling to just, you know, once I get down, the more weight you lose, the bigger your dick is gonna look. I don't know if that's true, because I remember there was a Game Grumps episode or something like that, where Aaron Hansen was losing weight, and he's like, why is my dick small, or something like that. And apparently, like, that was his thing, like for him, it was that was the case of like, oh yeah, they like your dick shrinks or something like that. I don't know if that's true, and I don't exactly want to talk to a regular I don't want to talk to like a whatsamahoozy I don't want to speak to a whatsamahoozy GP or something like that in order to check that knowledge.
Hello.
Hello, YY. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. Welcome. So yeah, so still losing weight, hey, which is pretty good. An air balloon. No, I'm not an air balloon. I'm a hyper himbo is what I am. I am being the strong hyper himbo right now while I'm chatting with you, because I'm probably gonna chat with you for like the next 2 minutes at the very least before we like properly get into the game and what have you, because you know it's before 9 o'clock. I said I would start at 9 o'clock, and that's when I said I would start. So you are pumped up as an air balloon. Like an air balloon, maybe. Similar to an air balloon, but not actually an air balloon, let me tell you. But yeah, so... excuse me, throat. So yeah, so still trying to lose weight and such like that. The Tennessee barbecue from McDonald's is very tempting to my eyes, but I need to remind myself each time that I don't eat it that it's all for the sake of helping me lose weight. Because the thing is that I would like it to be a little bit of a treat. I want the McDonald's thing to be a bit of a treat, and only as an actual treat, not as like my status quo. So the next time I will go into like, you know, eating, you know, food that is non-calorie will be as a treat, and it'll be something just a little bit healthier rather than making McDonald's like the status quo. But, you know, willpower. I need willpower for that, and some days it isn't as strong as others, Lord, let me tell you. But thankfully I haven't fallen down that wayside just yet. It was very close to yesterday, just because, I don't know, just feeling so tired, even, like, just because I was, like, staying at home working. I was working at home that day, and a part of me was like, you know, after I'm done with work, maybe I'll go play a little bit of Monster Hunter, or do some offline grinding and some of the other games and what have you, but that never came around. Like, by the time it got to, like, 6:30 or 7, I was like, you know what? We're just gonna go to bed. And that's what I did. I had a really good night's sleep. And, like, before then, in, like, 3 or 4 days, I was, like, at 95.9 or something like that after eating too much on Tuesday night, which is, like, my cheat day because I go to trivia. But I try and be modular there as well, but I wasn't that day when I gave myself, like, a side of mashed potato. Probably I'm not going to do that going forward because because everyone was, like, sharing food here and there. So really what I should do is go for the, like, a different side, or don't go for a side because people are going to share their food. So yeah, so I recovered. So yeah, I gained a little bit of weight Wednesday morning, but by the time it got to Friday, I was down to like 95.5 or something like that. So I wasn't yet back down to the weight I was on the Tuesday, but I was close. And then, yeah, this morning I'm now 94.45. So now I'm actually under the weight that I was back on Tuesday morning. So, yeah. I need to just be, you know, more respectful with my cheat days. I swear I've been having issues with Twitch loading forever all day. That's a bit of an odd thing, yeah. I'm not a Twitch engineer or anything like that, so I don't know, like, the best ways of following that kind of nonsense. But yeah, unfortunately, Twitch sometimes be like that. Sometimes the internet will just decide, hey, this resource you're trying to access is a little too intensive for us. We need to do a few more hops to try and reach it. And sometimes it is just, you know, we have a hard time. But yeah. Alrighty then. I don't have a lot to talk about, unfortunately. Oh, hello there, Cage. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. Alright, now that it's past 9 o'clock, people are now, like, probably starting to clue into the fact that I am online and streaming. I told myself I wasn't going to be using Twitch much going forward, but ever since I've been using Buffer, I've set up scheduled posts using both, using Buffer to get Twitch, sorry, not Twitch, Twitter and, Blue Sky posts together and what have you. And I think it's done a slight improvement, which is pretty good in terms of, like, you know, notifying people, hey, I'm online, you should go check me out and what have you. I think it works. I think it does fairly alright. And without further ado, let's get into the What's-a-Mahoozy game, if it's gonna... There we go. So, this is... It's funny that this game didn't have any fucking music running, and I just had, like, Skyrim music running in the background. Do you have any rumors?
Got to travel by the 9 divides, stay on the roads. The wilderness just isn't safe anymore. We've had sightings, you see. Move along.
So, alright, so that's the Dwarven War Axe. You don't... So yeah, I have done a little bit of offline grinding in this game, like doing a little bit of exploring, a little bit of athletics, a little bit of jumping, and also, I've cleaned out my inventory a little bit. Now I'm only holding on to like 260 pounds worth of stuff, but I still have a whole ton of stuff. Ooh, this one gives me feather. Hi, Jason. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so I'm trying to be a little more manageable with my inventory going forward, rather than holding on to everything. Because, you know, there are these player houses that I can put stuff in. So I've put some of the extra nonsense in there, and I try to remind myself when I get to, like, you know, close to full weight and such like that, I should go and, like, go back into the player homes or something, or rather, and drop off more of my stuff. And as you can see here, I have not, like, leveled up past level 9. I have all these, like, skill level increases, but I've not applied them to my level. So yeah, still level 9. Because I was warned. I was warned that if I go through levels too much with, like, before going too far into the game, it would make it much more difficult going through the main story.
Pick apart the carcass of ruined Yes?
Hello.
Take Cheydinhal, for example. Pretty little town. But the Count's a dark elf, and it's Goodbye.
How are you?
Hello, stranger. What can I do for you? Kerahil has sent you, has she not? Go and
Yes.
speak with Kristoff. Rent a room for the night. Once you have your room, I will meet you there. If anyone asks, you are a traveler. No, friend, I'm afraid I don't know the way to Cheydinhal, but good.
Alright,
Welcome to the Brina Cross Inn.
So yeah, so right now this is a side quest for the Mages Guild. I'll probably go to the arena. I thought you were a grow tuber? I am. Why wouldn't I be? There's all kinds of... You can make me bigger. Like, back during Macro March, like, there was a thing to make me go, like, bigger, 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 bigger. But, did I put grow tuber in my tags? No, it's not in there. So during Macro March, there was a way to make me, like, grow actual, like, proper size. But now it's just, you know, hyper himbo and de-himbo redeems and what have you. Or you can make my pecs grow.
I would gladly let you... I don't like to think about zombies. Missing arm.
Alright,
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Alrighty, so boar meat can restore health. This can restore fatigue. Is there any... Ooh, ginseng. Damage, luck, and cure poison. Sure. I'll take the grapes. Ooh, resisting disease with garlic. Yes, please. Restoring fatigue and health is good. Restoring fatigue and fortifying agility. Restore fatigue and luck. The mandrake cures disease. Nice, we'll take that. Mutton fortifies the health. And water breathing with an onion. Pumpkin is very heavy. We'll take the potato and the radish. Ooh, a repair hammer? Yes, please.
Deal with just anybody.
Bread loaf restores fatigue. Yep, sure. Of course, carrots help give you night eye. Restore fatigue on the cheese wedge and cheese wheel.
You're a fine negotiator.
And
An excellent deal.
all right. I don't think I'm not gonna pick up the pumpkin. Pumpkins are heavy. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. All right, I need to rent a bed.
Traveling on.
I'm a merchant.
Yes, thought so. We get many of them traveling through here. Oh, well, we used to. Haven't seen as many lately. What with the, well, you know. I don't like to talk about it much, as it's...
I'll take it.
Right then. The bed is just... Goodbye.
Alrighty.
Greetings, Imperial.
So yeah, this is like as it says in the title, this is the farthest that I've ever fucking gone in a
Pardon me, did I hear you say that you're a traveling merchant? Don't you worry, what with the recent killings and all? I'd be ever so scared. Well, you take care of yourself. I'd hate to hear about another senseless...
Weird. Why did you just... Okay. Wait, no, I can't go into that room. Is this my room? Yeah, this is my room. Why did she open this door for me? Like, weird. Because that was locked, and I was going to do, like, some funky... Because, yeah, I've not played the Oblivion games before, but... Because of this game being brand new, a lot of people have been sharing tips and tricks on TikToks and such, so I figured... So, I'm getting a little bit of help here and there. I'm trying to avoid the ones that are like, oh, because I've learned about the level scaling thing, they were like, oh, here's an amazing weapon you can get at level 1. I'm like, sounds awesome. I'll get it at a later level.
All right. It should be safe to speak here. Once you've rested,
So yeah, so
along the gold road heading
probably should level up at some point.
I shall be following out of sight along with a fellow battle mage. Make no attempts to speak to us. Trust that we will protect you. Should you be confronted by this cowardly mage, do not hesitate to protect yourself by whatever means possible. Once the mage has revealed himself, we will step in and settle the matter quickly. Now, get yourself some sleep. You'll need to be well rested.
Sounds good. And because... Alright, so let's sleep until the morning. So it's 10 o'clock right now, so if we do, like, 10 hours of sleep, it should be, like, you know, bright and early in the morning. Actually, carrots will turn your eyes orange if you eat too many, and you should not feed rabbits carrots as they are like candy. Let's be real. We don't take good cares of ourselves in real life, so I imagine the same is going to be true with any pets we have. Alrighty. Now, I keep, so I've been pumping stats into strength for a little bit, but I feel like I don't want to put too much in, especially since it's nearly close to 100. I do want to put some stuff into magic, because I've been picking up magic spells, and there has been a lot of guides about the, about some of the custom spells you can make, which sound really fucking ludicrous, and I'm totally behind that. What's this? Affect the amount of damage you deal, slightly increases your, and defines how quickly you regenerate. Greatly increases your maximum fatigue. Interesting that willpower is the fatigue one. Determines how fast you move, determines your maximum health, how people like you. Takes like 4 points to increase my luck. So we'll put 1 point into agility. And then... Oh, we can't apply into more than... Seriously? We can't apply into more than one? Oh, but we can. Yeah, we can do this. There we go. I've spent the night at Brienne is Inn. I need to follow the gold road towards Kavach and beware of anyone along the road. easy pickings for me because
Hello.
despite me going through like the college or the mages guild and such like that, it is honestly really fucking funny just running around with my fists out ready to punch anyone. Alrighty, so I need to head towards the Golden Road. And I can still level up even further. Oh, a raid! A robot Myaisa, who has also been playing the Elder Scrolls Oblivion series. Oh my goodness, why? Stop following me. So yeah, hi everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through all kinds of games in my backlog, either old or new. And normally I do like an MMO on my Saturday mornings, but I said fuck it, I'm up to date with the MMOs that I've been playing, and I didn't want to pick up any new ones. So we're going through one of the games that I have picked up in my backlog, Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. I've never played Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I've played through Skyrim so much, but I've never gone through Oblivion until this point. If you want to know how far I've gone into Oblivion, you just need to see where I am right now in this stream, and that's the farthest that I've gone. So yeah, hopefully you had a variety of himbo, you said. A variety himbo streamer, as it says here on my shirt, himbo. 'Cause, you know, strong fella. Look at this. And these. Look at this muscle. Look at me. Absolutely fucking swole. Look at this. Da 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 da. Wah! See? Muscle, strength, and just plain old handsome. Ding! Hopefully all of you over on Robot Meister's side had a wonderful time over there. I will be continuing on through this. I haven't gone too far in the main story. I probably will go into the main story once I finish the Anvil recommendation for the Mages Guild. Because Lord knows, I do want to progress a little bit in the main story, so then that way, as I start, like, leveling and such like that, I don't run into any, like, leveling issues. Because there's been a few TikToks warning me, do not over-level before going, you know, going...
Your journey ends here, traveler. I'll be taking whatever you're carrying. After you're dead, of course. I do hope it's more than the last few had. They were most disappointing.
Oh, there's a danger over there. Fuck. Why is there a random danger over there? Oh, did you... She summoned it, didn't she?
Do your worst.
Nah, get fucked. Need to talk to What's-Mahoozy and Anvil. Alright, let's have a look. Ooh, key. Potions. Also, your horse is dead. Wow, those guys were fucking useless. They were like, oh yeah, the battle mages will protect you. The battle mages did not protect me. Jump. Jump.
Hello, you've done well. The Gold Road should be you should return to Anvil and... Not only has necromancy been banned from practice and... Go ahead. You've got a point. Where'd you get that? That's... I doubt it. Don't talk such rot. Where'd you get that? That... I won't fight you. I doubt it. Don't try to manipulate me. That's great. You win this one. What non... I doubt it. I won't fight you. Don't talk such... Where'd you get... I doubt it. Where'd you... I won't fight. Don't try to manipulate...
Oh, it's been going down. Okay, hang on.
That's good. Not now. That's enough. I doubt it.
Yay! So far, so good with the levels. Ding.
That's good. That's enough. nonsense? I doubt it. That's really funny. You've got a point. What nonsense? I doubt it. You've got a point. Not now. I doubt it. That's great. How's it go again?
Alrighty, so admire,
That's rot.
boast.
Where'd you get? That's enough.
Yay. Alright. Slowly but surely I'm figuring this out.
Where'd you get that? You've got. Don't try to manipulate me. That works for. Farewell.
Improving the speechcraft wherever I go. So, I like some of the systems in this. I do not like the lockpicking, however. It's my least favorite. And because of that, I have like a TikTok showed me like a really clever way of improving my my security skill like really, really quickly. I'll be able to demonstrate it if we ever run into like something I need a lockpick. Because I'm kind of impressed that the way they do the calculations on some of this stuff is like, it's a little bit just annoying. Like, for example, this one here, like athletics is like, oh, just sprint, or acrobatics is like, you know, jumping around and maybe taking damage and what have you. And then like, you know, using magic, it's like, yeah, if you use magic more often, then you'll get more whatsamahoozies. Meanwhile, oh, hang on, let me see, jump. Jump. So this helps with my acrobatics. There we go. Sprint. All right, and then once we're done with Anvil, we can move back to the main quest, and it'll probably take us back to the Imperial. Sprinting. But yeah, I know that there's a Fighters Guild. I know that there's a Thieves Guild. We're going through the Mages Guild. I know there's going to be a Dark Brotherhood because we had one in Skyrim.
Mage.
Yes, we found them.
You say, and she's dead. Well, Ariel and you have, though I must say, I doubt it will do you much good in the end. The Mages Guild has made more than a. Certainly.
All right.
I doubt it. I won't fight you. Not, but really now, you're such a charmer. You've got to. Not, please. I doubt it.
Alright, so boasting.
You with that. Get away. No, you do me too much on. I see.
Greetings, Breton.
They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. It's how they recruit new members. A pleasure to... Carahill's a good leader. For you, of course.
Oh, you're already at 90. I have Maxim
Have a look
Disedition.
around. You won't find
And I've already
anything
purchased
in
all the
Tamriel.
thingamadiggy.
Always keep your magic. I'm willing to teach if you're willing to learn.
Just...
I have a
Seeing
feeling
you.
that you and I are about to become very close. Good day. A terrible crime. Can I interest you in some of... Oh, certainly.
Oh,
Take
hang
your
on.
time.
Ding.
Don't talk such rot. I doubt it. Yeah, whatever you want. I accept. I have no choice. Don't talk such rot. I doubt. Not bad. Not bad at all. Don't try to manipulate me. I doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah! Get one chance to rotate the response wedges without having to select it. Ooh!
Yes, whatever you say.
Okay, that's very helpful.
That's not bad.
That is very helpful.
Be seeing you.
Alright, those are all novice. So you would only get that at 50.
It's my pleasure.
Alright,
Take your
can I do persuade? Oh, I can't do... There's no point in doing persuasions with him.
look around.
Um...
This is an all Tamriel.
So that's all novice level. I need stronger potions thingy-majiggy. But yeah, finish with that quest. There's a lot of side quests that I picked up and what have you. There is one thing that I am not really enthusiastic about in this game, and from what I've heard from like a YouTube video, like because of the mechanics in this game, they hang on, where is it? Dawn of the Thingamadiggy wants to contact Thingamadoog. Skip to current step. May have a lead. The Luther Broad's boarding house in the Imperial City. Okay, so he is over in the Elven District. The caves and, like, the dungeons in this game are, like, and I've already experienced it, like, 2 or 3 times now. You go into them, and you have to backtrack to get back out. There's none of the clever, like, oh, hey, you go into them, you go through it, like, linearly, and then you go out from a different side. I like that from Skyrim. I have not seen that happen in this game yet. There's Barbarous, there's nothing else interesting here, but what do you got?
Luther Broad's boarding house. I don't trust you.
Oh, okay, let me... Alright, so you don't like that, you're a little bit okay, you're happy with that, you hate this.
Is that so? What a wonderful compliment. Blah, blah, blah. What a bore. Yeah, I get it.
Alrighty, cool. Alright, ding.
A wonderful compliment.
Dong.
Pretty good.
A free rotation.
You're a big fat liar. Sure, that's cute. Oh, please. Please, you're full of it. You're good.
I am.
Daedric Shrines nearby. I know of 2. North of the city, south of Bruma, east of the Silver Road is a Mephala shrine.
Yeah.
East of the city, at the head of the Red River, is a shrine to Vermina.
No idea what those are.
Have you heard about Kvatch?
Yes, I heard about Kvatch. I was there.
Finest goods and lowest prices in all Sirit. I would
Do a little bit
have
of
a look at my
investing.
wares.
Grab all of your fucking food.
Pleasure doing. You drive a hard bargain.
Dun, dun, dun. Sweet cake is for restoring thingy-majiggy. Yes, I will take that as well. Restoring fatigue.
Thank you. Come. Be seeing you.
Alright. Barius.
Down. Don't say anything. Just do what I say.
Alright. Just...
I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him.
The enemy has the amulet.
Talk now.
Ready when you are.
Remember, wait for him to follow me. I want to see what he'll do.
Alright. So we're waiting for that guy. Imagine if you could just melee people and just, while in stealth, and it's just like a real, you know, boom. Oh, hello.
Paradise awaits.
Nice try. The Mystic Dawn Commentaries 1. I found a strange book about the Mystic Dawn cult. I should show this to Barius. Alrighty, but before that, I want to read this book. Where's the book? Here it is. Mystic something or other. Greetings, Noviet, and no first a reassurance. Mankar Komoran was once like you, asleep, unwise, protonymic. We mortals leave the dreaming sleeve of birth the same, unmantled save for the symbiosis with our mothers, thus to practice and thus to reproachment, until finally we might through new eyes leave our hearths without need or fear that she remains behind. In this moment, we destroy her forever and enter the Demesne of Lord Dagon. Reader, this book is your door to the Demesne, and though you be a destroyer, you must still submit to locks. Lord Dagon would only have those clever enough to pause, all else the Obris claims in their fool running. Walk first, heed. The impatience you feel is your first slave to behead. Enter as Lord Dagon has written. Come slow and bring 4 keys. Know that then you are royalty, a new breed of destroyer, whose garden shall flood with flowers known and unknown, as it was in the mystic dawn. Thus shall you return to your first primal wail, and yet come out different. It shall this time be Neonumbris, master akin to master, whose mother is miasma. Every quarter has known us, and none bore our passing exempt with trembling. Perhaps you could blah 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 blah.
Good work. I am glad to see you, by the way. You just caught me at a bad time.
What have you learned?
Assassins who killed the Emperor were part of a Deirdre cult known as the Mythic Dawn. Apparently worship the Deirdre Lord Mehrunes Dagon. I've been tracking their agents in the Imperial City. I guess they noticed.
The Emperor has the amulet.
Very bad news.
And I found Uriel's heir.
Gallows he lives. Martin Septim, you say? We will restore him to the throne. It is the sworn duty of all blades.
Didn't know it was voiced by Sean Bean, so I imagine he's gonna die in a very short time.
There's a scholar at the Arcane University. Tarmina's her name. Supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults. Why don't you take that book to her? See what she makes of it. I'll keep... If you learn anything, you can find me a... Like I said, she's one of the brains over it. I hope you learned something from Tarmina about that book. This might just be the break we need.
Oh yeah, okay. Here's the thing that I've learned. Also, I've got a lot of lockpicks, because I figured out a duplication thingamadickies. So, now, here comes the fun bit. This is being seen as a successful lockpick. Every time I do that, just rapidly going... So I can just do this for, like, minutes on end, and it will just, like, level me up. And you can hear it going off in the background every time I do. And plus, because I decide to pick a very hard lock, we'll probably get, like, way more, like, experience on each successful tumbler set, as opposed to, you know, doing this on an average lock or something like that. So I've already gone up, like, 2 levels, 3... Oh, another raid! Hello there! Arexio, welcome, welcome! You were playing Bear and Breakfast. Sounds like a bread and breakfast... What is that game? Also, welcome streamers. Welcome viewers. My name is Grant. I'm a Variety Himbo streamer. I've never played Oblivion before, or except on, like, you know, this year. And already TikTok has decided to share me some tips and tricks on how to, like, you know, ram through the leveling up systems. And one of them that I've decided to ram through is the security one, so then that way I don't have to deal with the terrible lockpicking game and a limited number of lockpicks. Granted, I do have like 1,000 lockpicks and shit, but yeah. Hiya, good luck with Oblivion. It's a bread and breakfast, but with bears. Like, Persona bears or archetype bears. I've recently learned, well, not recently, more like within a year or two, I've learned that bear is like a body type. And is like, you know, one that is like the male gaze. I should have made this like a button on the... Actually, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it a button on the stream deck. Hang on a second. Here we go. So, ding. System. So, hotkey. I wonder, is there a way or... Macro. Give me a second. This is gonna be very, very cheeky. So So it's space. Now, do I have the option to make it like a repeatable thing? There might be a multi-action. Hang on. I'm hoping, like... Alright, hang on. Multi-action, here we go. So, hotkey, space, and then delay of, like, 1 millisecond, and then hotkey again to do a space. Alright, let's see how this works. Alright, here we go. Nah, it doesn't. Like bear sonas. Oh, okay. You yourself are a bear from body type, to be honest, as well. Line me with bear body. Ah, okay, nice. Well, I am zebra with, like, the bara body type and what have you. I went for, like, the zebra himbo look. How did you get 1,900 lockpicks? A TikTok showed me how to do a duplication glitch. Look, I'm one of those people where if you put me in an RPG system like this, where you get to hold on to a lot of things, and there's a lot of systems where there's going to be a bit of a grindy nature to it, lo and behold, I did this back in Baldur's Gate 3 as well, I am going to exploit that shit, okay? It makes life a little bit easier. Especially when I learn about this. Games are to break, yes. And what's more is this isn't a multiplayer game either, so I don't feel as bad utilizing exploits and what have you. And now I'm just like, you know... Because, yeah, I understand what the computer is thinking, because this was a manual pin that I had to set. But it cannot tell the difference between a manual pin being set for the first time, or a manual pin, like, that is already set. Like, it isn't able to tell that difference. So every time I'm doing this little thing here of, like, you know, setting the pin and what have you, the computer is thinking, oh, hey, you've set the pin successfully. Congratulations. It doesn't catch on to the fact that I've already set it. So yeah, so give me a minute as I, like, do this. If I had a Razer keyboard, I know there would be a button to make me just, you know, be able to do the thingy-madiggy rapidly. And you would just be hearing the clicking noises, like, you know. Alright, so it's not gonna let me, like, manipulate my buttons just yet. Quest for skeleton key is nice too in Oblivion, but that's great. Oh, there's a skeleton key as well? They had it in Sky. Okay, so I have not played the Oblivion games at all, Araxiel. I have played Skyrim, and I know, like, some bits I know, because it's an Elder Scrolls game, there's gonna be elements that are from Skyrim that are also gonna be shown in here. Now, granted, the Thume, the Shout, I know was, like, a unique thing for Skyrim, so I know we're not gonna have, like, cool magic powers. Yes! No tumblers fall when you break the pick. Excellent, we've now gone up to the 100th level. Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me? Alright, here we go. Yes! All of that for rubbish. But we got our security up to 100, so we never have to worry about that shit ever again. Yes. Oh, I hope I did not spoil anything that such a key exists. I was aware of that key back in Skyrim. it's like a Daedra artifact from the Thieves Guild. But the problem is that in the Thieves Guild, you don't get to keep the skeleton key. You have to give that up. And hello.
Pleasure to speak. You too.
So yeah, so I am familiar, like, I know that, like, because in the Thieves Guild, narratively speaking, the reason why you had to give up the skeleton key is because while you have the skeleton key and it's not given back to Nocturne, what ends up happening is that quote-unquote luck stops being applicable. So things such as, like, you know, a blind man, like, turning his head and noticing you, or, travel to the arena. There's, like, in Skyrim, yeah, that's why I never finished Thieves Guild questline, and I kept the skeleton key. I finished this Thieves Guild questline. So, yeah, so... But, yeah, if the... Do you get to permanently keep the skeleton key in this one? In this Thieves Guild line? Because maybe I'll find out where the Thieves Guild is and probably go through that one as well. In Oblivion, getting the skeleton key isn't related to Thieves Guild, and you get to keep it forever. Ooh. Okay, okay. Well, alright, hang on. I need to talk to this guy.
So, have you been to Crowhaven? Have you... What's this? The Journal of Lord Leviticus? My
Yes.
friend, you've done it. This is wonderful news. The words of Lord Leviticus himself.
Lord Leviticus was a vampire, we learned, and he is a vampire's, like, you know, offspring.
Here, let me show you these moves. Step like this. Now strike. All right, now parry. There you are. Some of the best combat moves you'll ever learn. You'll need them if you want to last more than 5 seconds against me. Now, let's see what this journal says. I'm no gray prince. I'm the spawn of evil. I thought my father was a... The journal. My father's... my whole life has been...
You were still, like, royal, like, some level of royalty. It's just, you are also a vampire, because, you know, vampires are normally, like, royalty kind of craziness. Alrighty, let's go with light.
What is it?
Ding, dong. Where is... There it is. So... Okay, so I can't wear the gauntlets while wearing the thingy-majiggy, but that's fine. This gives me sneak, security, chameleon. Alright.
You beating those twins is a good sign.
I'm ready for another match.
You might be ready, but the arena ain't.
9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Ah, okay. Give me a minute as I now rest in a bed. So, 8 p.m. Okay, so 13 hours of sleep, and we should be... He was born to suck. Yeah! In Oblivion, the Thieves Guild questline and the Nocturne / Thieving Daedra questline are separate. Ah, okay, okay. Interesting. Because, like, in Skyrim, Nocturne and the Thieves Guild were kind of hand in hand. Hi there, Big DJ. Welcome to the stream. I've learned a few exploits, so I've got, like, a shit ton of lockpicks. Alright, so apply that to that. 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to apply... Greatly increases your maximum fatigue. This one increases your maximum magicka. This one increases our speed.
Glug, 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 glug.
So yeah, so I now have a lot of lock picks, although it sounds like that there's a skeleton key in this game as it is in Skyrim, but I get to keep that skeleton key. So we're gonna need to find out where a shrine to Nocturne is. Knowing our luck, we'll probably find it by going through the Thieves Guild questline, but I don't know where the Thieves Guild starts, so... let's go for... You know what? Let's increase our... I want to try and improve magic, because I feel like improving magic is the appropriate thing. Alrighty. You, sir.
You beating those twins. You might be ready, but the arena ain't.
9 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Gotta move on.
Isn't it 9 a.m. right now? Or is it not that time yet? So yeah, so I've got my security up to 100 after learning about an exploit with the tumbler. So no tumbler falls when you fail and break a lockpick. Excellent. I've not figured out the thingy-majiggy for sneak. Meanwhile, in minor skills, let's see. So light armor is at 40. My heavy armor is at 48. Yeah, definitely need to improve my light armor. I've not done much in the mysticism area. Let's see. So we've got the target, and we've got, where's the self? Here's the self. So I don't have the magicka for the Beast of Burden. I can conjure a dagger. I can conjure gauntlets. Oh my god. Yeah, don't have enough magic for that. Definitely have enough magic for that. That's a cure disease. That's a defend. My skill level is too low. Yeah, because that one's 555. So skill level is too low. All right, so we're gonna be using protect.
You've beaten those twins.
All right, can we fight?
You might be.
What do you mean? It's 9 a.m.
You've beaten those twins. You might be ready, but the arena ain't. Matches take place between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Get a move on. You've beaten. You fight the bat. You can. If you act. You might. Get a move.
Oh my god. All right, hang on. Just gonna level up my alteration. Hi there, Wild Saber. Guess what people are jokingly calling the new Pope Leo? Pope Sidious, as he looks like Palpatine from... Every Pope! I hate to break it to you. Like, Pope Benedict and, like, the Pope before Pope Francis looked like Emperor Palpatine. I am so sorry. Alright, 24 hours. Hopefully by that 24 hours thingy-majiggy, it will be totally fine. But yeah, most popes are super old. But the thing that I've learned that I thought was really fucking hilarious is that the Pope is from Chicago. We now have an American Pope, and there was commentary in the past where if there were ever to be an American Pope, America would just be going in fucking despair in order to do that. Which is really fucking hilarious because right now, America is in fucking despair and is like, you know, ready to turn into fucking shambles. So, yay for us, I suppose. Maximum health, regenerate combat. Fuck it, let's put a little bit into strength while we can. Alrighty. Will you let me fight?
You might be ready, but the arena ain't. Matches take place between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Wait, am I on the wrong side? Like, it's 10 a.m. right now. Like, they said between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Pretty sure it's past 9 a.m. and before 9 p.m. right now.
Ah, another happy spec.
No.
Oh. Have a good day now.
Alright, let's try this again. I love that the Pope is not a Trump lover as he is super critical of Trump's shenanigans. I feel like most Catholics would be, but from what I've learned from it, what I've learned is that Pope Leos in the past have been super conservative.
You might be ready, but the arena ain't. Matches take place between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Get a move on.
It is... Oh my god. Alright, hang on. Let's go for 6 hours.
You've beaten. You might get a move on. You've beaten those get a move on.
Alright. Alright, let's see. Is it gonna let me do it now? New Pope is American. Didn't expect now McDonald's and every... Every church? Crazy as it is, I don't think we're gonna go that far. There we go.
You might.
You keep saying that, but I have the...
Stop! Listen, Sunshine.
Is it because it's the weekend and it doesn't want to, like, do the fucking thingamadiggy? Is that why? Because, like, Sundas. So, let's go 22 hours. Like, why? Why won't you let me fight, please? By the way, when did it become traditional for the Pope to be named after a saint? When did that start? Always! Every new Pope would have a new name. So, like, we've had, like, 13 different Leos in the past. Pope Francis wasn't named Francis originally. Alrighty, more magic. And... more of that, confirm. Alrighty. Is he gonna let me fight?
You might be ready, but the arena ain't. Matches take place between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Come, get a move on.
It's 9 a.m. right now. Like, what the fuck? Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when we go for, like, 9 p.m. or something crazy like that.
You might be ready, but the arena ain't. I heard a room. Get a move on.
Oh my god. Alright, you know what? Instead of sleeping down there, I'm gonna wait up here. I knew that I'm asking when that tradition starts after the Holy Roman Empire or before. Probably around that time. Alright, so. Let's go 12 hours of sleep. So we'll do it outside. So then that way, hopefully, because of... Alright, so now it's 9:17 a.m. It is bright.
What can I... The Emperor is dead.
Yeah, we already heard about the Emperor's dead thingamadiggy. Alright, come on. Like drag queens have drag names, same with popes. Or wrestlers. Drag queens, wrestlers, and popes.
You might be ready, but the arena...
It's past 9 a.m. What do you mean I can't fight? I want to fight.
You can compete in the arena any day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Just come to me. Tell me if you actually manage to win get a move on.
This is fucking ridiculous. How?
You beat... Your next opponent is a Khajiit. Not one of the quick, jumpy ones, either. This cat goes in heavy.
Oh, lol. I can, like, go in fucking naked. Let's see how this... Hang on, let me... This is kind of hilarious, because... Yeah. Why do they always make the geriatric people for Pope? Experience. That's essentially why. Like, the last... Let's be real, though, as well. I don't know if I would feel confident if our Pope was in his 30s, either. Like, he would have, like, you know... We would see the pipeline of him going from, like, liberal to conservative in that time frame, I imagine. Or, you know... Also... You become the Pope not because of, like, you know, some reincarnation thing. It's a popular vote thing.
You're pathetic.
Hang on, I need to... You have to be a certain age to qualify, and you have to have a long resume of charity and mission work? Yeah, that thingamadiggy. I love how you use your bare hands. Well, I'm using, like, dwarven gauntlets, but yeah, the sentiment is still there. We have a winner.
All hail the combatant from the blue team.
Yeah.
From the blue team, leave the arena now.
Kind of funny that I'm able to do that without, like, I thought I had to wear the arena armaments, but it looks like the arena armaments are a little bit busted right now. Alrighty, you there.
Okay, so you can fight. Your new title is Bloodletter.
Yes!
Getting into the real game now, kid. The next opponent is a Red Guard. I've seen him fight with both
Alrighty. Oh, I should probably... Where's my repair hammer? There we go. So yeah, I don't know if there's like an easier way to don't know if there's like a better way for me to, you know, upgrade my armor, but this is how I'm doing it. The new Pope has a lot of work done in Peru and South America. Ah, okay. I remember Pope Francis was from South America. Meanwhile, this most recent one is Chicago. Didn't realize the guy from Chicago was doing stuff in Peru, though. Also, let me just... Alright, so we've got defend. Our skill level is too low for that right now, so we're gonna go showing the shortcuts. We're gonna go with 1 for you. And then summon a scamp, bound gauntlets, Eyes of Midnight, major dispel, fortify willpower. Limited to 95% if you're wearing armor. Can be even less below journey level. 1 piece of apprentice. Fortify magicka. Fortify fatigue. Greater fortify health. We can't do that, so we're gonna go with you. Fortify intelligence. Fortify endurance. Fortify magicka.
That the best you can do?
Ah, so close. By the way, can I ask why a zebra for a fursona? I just thought horses. Simple as that. I just thought horses. I didn't really put too much thought into, and I was like, hoss. Hoss seems really good, and I went for a zebra because zebra is unique. So yeah, kind of worked out in my favor, I suppose. Alrighty, so we're gonna go for... Alright, so major wound healing will be at the 1. Greater Fortify Magicka, we can't activate any of those. We can Fortify Fatigue. Actually, Greater Fortify Fatigue will be at 2. And then we're going to be Bound Gauntlets at 3. Helmet at 4. And then Protect at 5? Or can we do Defend? Nah, skill level is too low, so yeah.
Good people of the Imperial City, welcome to the arena. There's nothing better than watching two eager bloodletters fight to the death for fame and glory. But enough talk. Let the battle begin!
Let me just run around the arena right now. All right. Okay, so let's start using some potions. Come on. Potion of healing. Grounding is to resist shock, cure disease, restore. Oh, can't drink any more potions. Ah! Okay. Mate. Shame it's not a cream. Shame it's not. Alright. Let's not fuck around with too much magic. I can definitely fist him, okay? I can definitely defeat him with what's-mahoozies. So, alright, so healing major wounds. We're gonna make that the 1. Fortify willpower is not gonna help us. Greater restore Greater Fortify is not what we want. We can do... So that skill level is too low. Fortify Fatigue will be a 2. And then, let's see. Restoring Fatigue does 25 points over 45 seconds. Fortify Endurance, our skill level is too low. Fortify Magicka, our skill level is too low. Let's go for Gauntlets, which is going to be our 3. Yeah. Alright. And then you are going to be our 4. So, 4.
Good people of the Imperial City, welcome to the arena. There's nothing better than watching two eager bloodletters fighting to the death for
Cookie for Night Sky! Here's your cookie, Night Sky. Fists are the warrior's way. Yep. You cannot while enemies are nearby. Yeah, that would do it. Alright, restore luck. Frost, fire, healing. Alright, let's see what other potions can help us. Let's go with restore health. Can't do a potion of healing. Agility, speed, dispel. Can't. Alright, let's see. Cannot drink any more potions right now. Damn it. What in the world? Did I get, like, drunk or something? Ow, fuck you. Fuck you.
All hail the combatant from the blue team. Victor from the blue team. Leave the...
We've earned it. The deep dish you are thinking about is a pizza place creation using a deep dish to make more crust. Original deep dish is like an upside down pizza and a pie crust. Yeah. Not a huge fan of the Chicago deep dish. Don't like the look of it, for sure.
That was a good fight, Bloodletter. You really showed that
Awesome, thank you. Alright, so we've got princess level shit. Alright. Alright, so the positive effects that must contain all selected. Alrighty, so we are looking for... Let's see, so we can fortify willpower, personality, magicka, intelligence. So health is with the mutton, fatigue is with the worms, endurance is with that, agility is with the leek. So those don't help us. We got two different things for dispel. Feather uses the sweet cake and the flaxseed. Restoring fatigue has a lot of stuff. Restoring health and fatigue is with the aloe vera leaves and ham. So it's gonna take a little bit to do that one. Oh, I can level... Actually, hang on a second.
Stop talking already.
Not enough magic. No, fair enough. You prefer classic pizza? I like classic pizza as well. Alright, so this makes it so it increases our maximum magic, which is what we want. This increases the maximum fatigue, which is also what we want. And then that increases our strength with our bare hands, which is what we also want. There we go. Oh, this uses restoration. Okay, I didn't know that this was part of the restoration class.
Come on. Your next opponent wears a heavy raiment, but attacks with a short sword.
Alrighty. Let's see how we go. Oh, I probably should, Where is my repair hammer? Plenty of lockpicks. Where is my repair hammer? There it is. God damn it, this hammer is breaking so much! All this to try and increase my armor skill. Slowly but surely, I will have the necessary skills.
Good people of the Imperial City, welcome.
I wish when I was on the, like, the selector screen, this thing, I was hoping that when I am on the shortcut screen, it would slow down the game a little bit, but it doesn't look like it will do that for me.
So let the bloodletting begin.
And what's more... Oh, is she on a Daedra weapon?
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. This ends here. I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm. Take that. I'm just warming up.
Ah, yeah, my heavy armor is almost up, which is pretty good. Yeah! Oh, okay, so she's now on a silver sword. Okay.
Victor from the blue team, leave the arena now and rest. You earned it.
Lord knows that at some point I'm going to create myself a custom spell that's just going to give me all kinds of, It's just going to give me all kinds of, what's-mahoozy? Bound armor, and should be good.
Okay, so you killed the Breton. Don't get it. My Red Room got its paint job from fighters like you. After you disemboweled the next idiot... Next up is a Dark Elf. I've never seen him fight before, but he...
Yep. Yep. It was a classic. As you level, random bandits would have glass and Daedra stuff. Yeah, so I was told that, like, the game has, like, a leveling system, so as you go up in levels, so does the enemies and what have you. Skyrim had something similar to that as well, as you went up in, like, higher levels. So that's why it was recommended to me, like, you know, get through Kvatch before you go, like, hyper-leveling and shit like that. Otherwise, you're gonna deal with some really powerful fucking Daedra before you even have a chance to get new Daedra stuff. So I will probably stick at this level for a little bit until I get, like, more gear.
The part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Yes! Yeah, so he's like on an elven sword and, like, light iron. So, yeah, so I don't want to, like, go in overall levels, but I will increase my skills, because from the looks of it, like, even if I put my skills up to 100, I will only go up, like, one level at a time in the beds. So then that way, you know... But I do have the opportunity to, like, level up again and again and again and again, even after getting everything up to 100.
Good work, Bloodletter, or should I say Myrmidon? That's right, you've risen in rank.
Nice. Cool.
All right, Myrmidon. Time to stop messing.
What's the next match?
Fooled by your next opponent. The little dagger he uses is actually a powerful...
Alrighty. Good strategy? Yeah. Because I got security up to 100, so that's probably gonna, like... I've got security up to 100. Mercantile is really close to 100, so... Like, there's already been a few skills where I've kind of almost capped them. So I'll have the opportunity to still, like, do level up and such if there's things such as, oh, I don't have enough magicka to use some of the spells I want to use. But I will most certainly need to, like, you know, get, like, my other skills up, like, especially in, like, things like hand-to-hand combat, light armor, heavy armor. I need to get those up. Nah, get fucked. I don't see his dagger. Oh, yeah, this is the arena. I won't be allowed to, So conjuration levels up. So, yeah. So, a lot of the strategies I've been told on, like, how to quickly level up all the spell stuff is just simply, oh, cast your strongest spell. That's it. That's all their recommendations, is just cast your strongest spell, wait an hour, cast your spell.
Told that wood elf what you thought of his magic. You're hungry, Myrmidon. I can see it. No surprises with this next one. Just a high elf.
Nice, nice, nice. Plus, I've heard there's, like, some... Like, when you get to spell crafting, once you have stuff that's, like, at least level 25 in your skills and such, spell crafting can be a bit of a bonkers, thing to use, because, like, some of this stuff is, like, you know... Oh, I don't have any more hammers. That's not good.
Good people of the Imperial City, welcome to the arena. You came here for a fight, and a fight you shall have. But talk is for the weak.
Crafting your own spells is fun to do. Yeah. Apparently there's like a glitch or something like that where you can like drain, aim, and dispel at the same time or something or rather. And because of that little combination, you are then given the opportunity to, like, you know, create some really powerful spells with, like, very little magicka actually being used because of the weird order of operation and, like, using all the stuff. There we go. Thankfully, I didn't die there.
Hail the combatant from the blue team. Victor from the blue team. Leave the arena.
What is my skill level? So, yeah, Blade's at 42. Doesn't really... Your power attacks apply weakness to normal weapons to your opponent. Your regular attacks have a slight chance to make your opponents bleed. Meanwhile, with blocking an attack consumes slightly less fatigue. Blocking an enemy consumes even less fatigue. You can now perform a shield bash. Acrobatics. It lets us do dodging. You can jump over the surface of water. You take much less damage while falling long distances. Jumping consumes a lot less. Marksman lets us use focus. So yeah, so we've already upgraded our security to the max. Sneak, we've not gone too far in. Speechcraft is okay. Disposition decreases more slowly over time when trying to persuade a character. You can rotate once for free when trying to persuade. Bribes cost much less. Disposition no longer decreases over time when trying to persuade a character. Disposition is also less impacted by most disliked action. Meanwhile, in my minor skills, armor, yep, never break. One hammer lasts a lifetime. Sprinting consumes slightly less fatigue. Sprinting consumes a lot less. Sprinting no longer consumes fatigue. Athletics would be nice to increase. Luck is the best stat. Luck is not the best stat. Luck is a randomizer. Shield granted by your power attacks is even stronger. Oh, that's blunt? What's hand-to-hand? Your power attacks have a chance to disarm your opponents. Your attacks can hit creatures immune to physical. Ooh! Well, I am most certainly going to try and get the hand-to-hand up in the level. Heavy armor you wear degrades much more slowly. We've not gone too far into alchemy. You can make potions from a single ingredient. Can even handle even more simultaneous potion effects. You can cast apprentice level, journeyman level, expert levels. Conjuration is the same sort of thing. Destruction, illusion, mysticism. Restoration we're kind of doing okay on. But yeah, ooh, merchantile. This is the one we've been going pretty well into. All merchants have more gold available, and you can invest in a shop to permanently increase that merchant's available gold. You always buy and sell your items at the best price possible. Merchants offer the best items they have. Nice. the random bullshit ghost. Yeah, it's basically that. And apparently, like, every like point, like every 4 points over 50 or something like that applies like a point or 10 points to your minor skills or something like that. But it doesn't apply the perks. It just applies the like the calculator to it.
They act all high and mighty until you leave them in a pool of their... You're cutting through the yellow team like a knife.
Ooh, okay.
The next opponent is your standard axe-armed orc.
Alrighty. Alright, so not enough magic. Alright, so I can apply all that kind of magic to myself. I can burden, shock, electric, a touch of rage. I do not have the magic for any of the... I don't have enough magicka for any of these things because they all cost so much because of armor that I'm wearing. Dink? Is there a restoration? Electric touch. So these are alterations. What's burden? Hinder, burden, electric touch. So I can't do electric touch, but I can do shocking touch. Yeah, it doesn't. Days passed. Here we go. So I can do... So 150 is my maximum value for magic. It's not really high, is it? Bound helmet, bound dagger, summon a skeleton. Starlight, summon a scamp. And then we've got target. Voice of the Emperor is to charm them. Dominate creature. Weakness to magic on target. Weakness to poison. Snowball does, you know, silly what's-mahoozy stuff. Opening easy and very easy lockpicks. And then I have, like, all this nonsense. Fortifying endurance because of Lady's Blessing, the Lord what's-mahoozy's Bulwark, and my Cuirass is kind of funny. Fortify willpowers because of Lady's Blessing. So, just Weather Word Circuit. Fortify athletics. So, healing major wounds. Let's have a look at self. Greater fortify health, I don't have the magicka for because it costs 130. I can restore fatigue at 9. Greater restore fatigue is at, you know, 23. Or fortify, sorry. Greater fortify endurance costs 88. Fortify magic. Restore health on self. Clairvoyance. Major dispel. Alright, so conjuration is all that nonsense. Alright. Here we go. Welcome.
To the arena. Everyone loves an advancement match, so let's watch as these two brave myrmidons face off in a battle to the death. Combatants, to arms!
Ooh, heavy armor. Yay. Yes! That was a close one, but we did it. Hi there, Lyco. Sorry I didn't say hi to you properly. Are not allowed to loot their corpse. Gosh darn it.
Victor from the blue team. Leave the arena now and rest. You
Earned it. Nice. Yum. Wash away all the grime from battle. And we have now leveled up to warrior. I reckon this is a good point to...
There are few things scarier than an orc with an axe, but you didn't even flinch.
Yay, we're now warrior rank. I am going to call it there for, like, the arena progression. Because, yeah. Getting a little bit tricky with the magic that I have, and my fists are not as powerful just yet. So, let's have a look at our quests. So, the Path of Dawn. We need to talk to the... We need to talk to Tarmina at the Arcane University. So, they should be found here. Now, are they gonna let me go to her? Like, with no problem? Or am I gonna have to go through, like, some of the, levels of the Mages Guild and what have you?
Closed. Don't you understand what that means? We can beat the bat.
It's my pleasure. The Arcane University has been here for nearly as long as the Mages Guild has been in Cyrodiil. I don't know what Archmage Traven has against necromancy, but the first... What can I interest you in?
Yeah, Bound Sword is really fucking expensive. Oppressing... What's-a-Mahuzi Pack Mule. But I will be real with you. I do want to just get a lot of these spells. Spell Reflection. Reflect spell on heal superior wounds. Fuck. Alright, actually, can I haggle? Yes, I can. 94.
You're trying to drive me out of business.
80%? Yay, alright.
Pleasure. You haven't yet been given recommendations by all the necessary...
Noted.
Hi.
Head to the Archmage lobby. How you got so much money? Exploits. Actually, I can probably... Hang on, let me see. Oh, Tarmina, you're right there.
One I got the message about.
I'll show you another time. The Mages Guild.
Mystic Archives have a... You know of them? One of the most secretive of all the Daedric...
Because you can, like, duplicate items without using console commands and such like that.
Teachings of Mainkar Cameron, whom they call...
A lot of nonsense. And plus, being over-encumbered. Not too great. I found one of their books.
Yes. Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. Wonderful. You have a scholarly interest in Daedric cults, then?
I need to find the Mystic Dawn.
I won't poke my nose any further. Official business and all that. I'm used to working with the Blades. Don't worry. Say no more. In any case, finding them won't be easy. I've studied Mainkar Cameron's writings a bit myself. At least those that I could find. It is clear from the text that Mainkar Cameron's commentaries come in 4 volumes, but I've only ever seen the first 2 books. I believe that his writings contain hidden clues to the location of the Mythic Dawn's secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon. Those who unlock this hidden path have proven themselves worthy to join the ranks of the Mythic Dawn cult. Finding the shrine is the first test. If you want to find them, you'll need all 4 volumes of the commentaries.
Where can I find these books?
Here, you can have the library's copy of Volume 2. Treat it gently, if you please. As I've said, I've never even seen the 3rd and 4th volumes. You should try 1st edition over in the Market District. Phintius, the proprietor, caters to specialist... The supposed leader of the Mythic Dawn cult. He wrote the infamous Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. The commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's Septum, over 400 years ago, so he is unlikely to still be alive, although you never know. The Holy Book of the Mythic Dawn, if it exists, it would... They worship the Daedra Lord. No one knows how widespread the half of the Council of Magus... Please, go on. That's great. How's it go again? Thank you. Talk. I doubt it. Blow away wind. Oh, that's... You're too kind. Blow away wind back. Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Alrighty.
So nice chatting with you.
But yeah, alright, so let's head to the first editions. I'll be able to show you, like, the trick that I use. So we gotta head to the Market District over... So that's the Talos Plaza, that's the Elven... Here it is, Market District. So we'll head to the Market District. This is the part I don't like. To get to the smaller map, you have to zoom all the way in. So, first edition can be found... Three Brothers, Good as New, a warehouse, the feedback, fighting chance, the merchant's inn. Okay, so first edition is just all the way off to the end there. I wonder if one of my fave old school strats works still, but prob's not. So yeah, so... Alright, let's grab everything from here. So, here's what you do. To duplicate... So, let's say, for example, we want to duplicate... Alright, let me have a look at something that's, like, really light. Let's say we want to duplicate... Let's say we want to duplicate this garlic. So, you put, like, one of them in here. And then... You grab something that has a lot of value. So, for example, let's grab these lockpicks. You click and drag. It's at the maximum volume, and you press enter rapidly twice. So, and there you go. You got like a shit ton of garlic now. Alright, first edition is found here. Damn, indeed. Alright, so the first editions are there. So, yeah. Might as well work on our restoration while we have a chance, and then wait an hour. But yeah, what's your old school strat, Sky? Just waiting for the bookstore to open before we go in there and talk about the What's Whozy cult. It'll open soon, just you wait. Actually, there might be a repair hammer in here that I can purchase. Let me just... Let's see if we can buy a repair hammer from this guy, and then we'll repair a lot of our armor if we can. Sup? Invest in your shop real quick. Let's do some persuasion. Oh, you're at the maximum disposition for this character. Damn.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
20 repair hammers? Let's haggle.
I can't do that. I can't afford to do that.
Alright, fine. You drive a hard bargain.
You're a fine negotiator.
Touch of the Frenzy, a damage to luck, binding the gauntlets, charming on a person, absorbing the health. Anything of use? Insight, a weak potion of health to fortify the thingamadiggy. Oh, venison to give us some what's-mahoozy. Restoring fatigue and resisting paralysis. Oh, sweet cake. We need more sweet cake. Silver arrows, a radish, pumpkin, potato can give us fatigue and shield. Honestly, probably worth picking up some potatoes. Always worth getting more mutton. Restore fatigue and luck. Restore fatigue and, you know, enhance agility. Can be good. More ham.
Just anybody.
Yes, please. Nah. More garlic. I find it absolutely hilarious that, like, garlic costs fucking nothing in weight. Let's see. Restore. We got a lot of fatigue restore, so let's see if we can find... Ooh, boar meat. That will help restore our health.
That for a song.
And... Ooh, beef will give us health and what's-mahoozy. Uh-huh. And then we go with this.
You bought that for a song.
Wheat grain can do that. Restoring strength and water breathing. Damaging health. Fuck it. Let's grab everything you've got.
Another Irene metric moves with good day.
Alrighty, now let's go over to our repair hammer and repair some of our stuff. There we go. Slowly but surely, we're increasing our armor.
You have my ear, citizen.
Alteration is at 18. I bet you by 9 a.m. this place will open. I wonder, is there, like, better magic I could be using in the Alteration class? Protect is 12. Protect is 4. Defend is 49. which might be better. Water breathing is 49. Shield is 170. Beast of Burden. Feather is the pack mule. I'm pretty sure I only have like 150, so we're gonna go 15% versus 5%. Let's go with defend. Easing burden is only a 41. Actually, fuck it. Let's go with ease. Oh, actually, let's try shield when we have a chance. All right, let's see how quickly shield uses up our. Oh, I don't have an. Darn it. Also, how dare you steal my shirt? I'm exposed. I'm naked. Ah. All right, so I don't have enough magicka for a lot of, so I can't use shield. My skill level is too low for water breathing or for defend. Skill level is too low for ease of burden. So my only option is protect, which is a little annoying. All right. Ooh, alteration is protect other, which is 19. Oppressive gap. Not enough magicka. Hinder self as the skill level is too low. Target is alteration spells that I do not have the magicka or the skill level for. I wish it told me what skill level some of these things are. That way I would... One piece of light... One light piece at Apprentice gives me -5. Can be even less below Journeyman level. So Journeyman on the heavy. So 5 pieces of and then don't have enough magic. Skill level is too low. Flare could be used. Oh, we can go into first edition now. Forgive me, you are a simple man. You are a simple man with simple desires. I, too, have simple desires. Sometimes I wish I could have a Tennessee barbecue from McDonald's. But I'm doing my best to lose weight. I used to be 150 kilograms back in July last year. Now I am down to 94.4. I am doing so much better than what I was before. I was like 40% body fat or something like that. Now I'm like 25.1. I want to get under 25% body fat before I go, like, you know, eating hamburgers again or something or rather.
Have you heard about Kavat? Go ahead.
All right.
That's great. How's it go again? Don't waste your... What a great... You can't scare me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk such... Well done. Oh, please. Oh, that's great. That's really too much. I wish I could say that. Oh, please. I like that. Up. Don't try to manipulate me.
Oh, that's my maximum distribution for you. All right.
You must be referring to Mankar Cameron's commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. A common mistake. It comes in 4 volumes. The first 2 volumes are rare, but you may run across them from time to time. The 3rd and 4th are important.
Damn, nice progress. To be honest, I'm a bear body type myself, but started working out a lot more to balance things out and just going big in different places while losing a little bit of weight. That's pretty good. I am not a super strong person myself. Like, the muscles you see before you, like all like this or that, like all of this is not really me IRL. This is a persona. This is a fantasy of like what I could be and what have you. But in real life, I do desktop support. Actually, I'm just going to stand up for a little bit, just so then that way I'm not sitting down all the time. Hi there, Feral Frenzy Fang! Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so I myself, like, I work in desktop support. I do IT. I love playing video games. So I'm not going to be able to be like oh yeah, like look at me with like, you know, 100 kilograms of muscle mass on me. It's like, no, I have more like 67 kilograms of muscle mass or something like that, and that's with like a scale telling me that, so who knows how accurate that is. So so my attempts in trying to lose weight, like, I'm able to kind of follow BMI as, like, just a really quick, oh, how healthy am I kind of thing. The healthier measurement to go by is the hip to waist ratio. That one's a much better one to follow if you want to, like, do the measurements yourself and what have you. Unfortunately, I don't have, like, a convenient measure. I don't have, like, a really good means of measuring myself. I know there are, like, measuring tapes out there where they're like a loop or something like that. I've put one of them on my throne, so you can actually, like, measure different areas and such, and it's like a digital device as well. So I can put it into, like, an app that I have which monitors my weight and all of the different metrics and all that kind of nonsense. So, but yeah, I have been on a shake diet for, like, several months. You can only be on the intensive level of the shake diet, which is all 3 of your meals being replaced with a shake, for 3 months, 90 days. I was able to do that for 59 days from October to December last year. Got down from, like, 140 kilos down to 120, which was really good. Went on a 2-week break because I was up in the States for Christmas with family. I watched what I was eating while I was overseas. I only gained, like, a kilo or 2, which wasn't too bad. And then when I got back home, I went back onto the intensive diet for the full 3 months. I just got under 99 kilos when I was on the intensive diet. So now I'm on the 2 shakes, 1 meal diet, where 1 meal is, approximately 350 calories or less. I'm using youth food to accomplish that. And because of that, I have now been able to get down to 94 kilos. My next 2 goals are getting 25% body fat or less while I'm losing weight. So that's the first goal. And then the second goal is to get as close as I can to 80 kilograms. I can either get to 80 kilograms or less than 80 kilograms. I don't know how I feel about trying to accomplish that because my weight loss ever since I've reached, like, 95 kilos, 96 kilos has been very slow. And I want to go back to, like, enjoying some very, they're not healthy foods, let me be real with you, but I miss hamburgers and pizza and cheese fries. Like, I want to eat those kinds of things again. I don't want to do what I was doing last year or the year before, where I ate an excessive amount of it, but I do want to try, I want to be able to have them as, like, a little treat when I go to trivia night with my friends. Nice, you're too dumb for IT. Bearish, around 120 kilos would say, but then I'm 195 centimeters and was always heavy. What shakes are you drinking? Must try one of those. So I went to a dietitian. Well, technically speaking, I first went to a GP, a general practitioner, when I was like 140 kilos, and I was like, hey, I'm really fat and I want to try and lose weight. Is it possible to go on Ozempic? The GP looked at me and was like, how tall are you? What do you weigh? Nah, let's not put you on Ozempic. I'm going to give you appointments to talk to a dietitian and a physiotherapist. And because your BMI is so high, I can give you these appointments for free. So I was able to get myself 3 appointments with a dietitian or 2 appointments with a dietitian, and then the remainder going to physiotherapy. I did not go to the physiotherapist. I went to the dietitian first. The dietitian checked my stats, wondered, and asked me to do some blood work, and said to go onto an intensive diet using OptiSlim or OptiFast. OptiSlim is the Australian brand. Only the shakes are, a good option from them. Everything else from OptiSlim is not a guarantee of having the energy or the nutrients that you need. OptiFast, meanwhile, is from Nestle and is like a premium brand. I can go for either the shakes, the soups, or the breakfast bars with them. I've been going with the shakes, personally speaking. They work well for me. So yeah, and fast forward, this is where I'm at now.
But I'm afraid it is a special order. Already paid for by another customer. Sorry. Terribly disappointed if it was gone when he came to pick it up. So sorry I can't help you.
Aha.
I wish I had one. I'd like to help you, but the cost, I would have to. I don't know him personally, but he was, as a matter of fact, he's already late for it. Feel free to wait for him if you want to. This is the only bookstore in the city. There's also Renoir's.
Alright, what books have we got here? The Beggar Prince, the biography. Cleansing of the Fane, which is just a random book. And then we've got a document of puerile banter.
You're a fine negotiator.
Oh, I could have been haggling. God fucking damn it. Dwemer, history and culture.
I can't afford to do that.
Nope.
No deal. I can't afford to do that.
Fundamentals of alchemy. Guides to different places. A history of lockpicking. Manual of arms. Manual of spellcraft. Mixed thingy-madiggy. Ruins of Zamel. Amulet of Kings. The Argonian account. The Armorer's Challenge. The Waters of Oblivion. Thief of Virtue. Varieties of Daedra. Okay.
Come back and
Hopefully those books, like, because they had different looking books, hopefully they're actually worth something.
Good day.
Alrighty, F5 that nonsense. And let's see what happens. So, Cleansing of the Fane. This is the only surviving fragment of the Chronicles of the First Era sect of the Alizan Order. It seems to have been kept at great monastic complex at Lake something or other, which was raised during the War of Righteousness. Oh, so useless. History of lockpicking. Useless. Mystic Commentaries, Volume 1, Volume 2. The Armorer's Challenge. Oh, nice. This gave me, like, Armor's thing. Waters of Oblivion. Hi there, Angrel. Welcome to the stream. So, only shakes and you felt no hunger? Okay, so, fun fact. I'm on the spectrum. I didn't really pick up on this because I knew I was on the spectrum ever since I was a teenager. My parents knew about it ever since I was a young child. That's why, like, there was all these after-school lessons that I took part in and what have you. And, oh, there's an advertisement going off, so you're probably not going to be able to hear all this nonsense going off, so... Once we're out of all that nonsense, maybe then we'll, you know, do the thingamadiggies. Varieties of Daedra. Alrighty, so someone is late to the party. I need to go to the bathroom, though. I'm so sorry. Hang on a second. I need to go... Sorry, bathroom break. I really need to piss. Because one of the things I need to do while on the shake diet is I need to consume, like, 2 liters of water a day. Bathroom break, BRB. There should be an advertisement running. I don't know why it's not running right now. It's taking its sweet time. Ding. Dong. Hey, I love that spinning emote you got there, Blue. That's honestly really cool. Can we get a shout out for Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy?
So, you're the new cleaning lady, huh? Follow me.
I find that very insulting. How dare you call me a cleaning lady? Do I look like a cleaning lady to him, chat?
Come on, man, you're killing us. Jesus, your singing is the second worst thing that happened to me in here.
Besides the...
That's what they say, right? That's the cowboy talk.
Yeet whore. Question for the Americans in my chat. Unnamed. You're a Texan. Have you ever... You're gonna shit. You've never heard someone say yeet whore.
Work.
Texan, fuck you. Have you heard someone say yeet whore? I'm also gonna get myself a can of Coke. Yes! Yes! Get her! Run! So yeah, so... Ding, dong, bing. I'll keep dancing for a little bit for the entertainment while there's an advertisement still going off for another, like, 12 seconds. Drink a little bit of water, and then we're gonna... Where is the thing? Yep, sorry, I need to look at this thing. Harvest all, apply. Ding, dong, ding. Potatoes. And then go from Mithril to the next township. Casual tasks, given the Ruinite. There we go. Alright, so where was I in my train of thought? Blah 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 blah. Where was I in my train of thought as I was chatting with you? Oh yeah, I was so fun fact on the spectrum. One of the things that I have learned. Actually, let me just stop dancing for all of you. I am back. Ding, dong. There. So yeah. So one of the things that so my parents knew that I was on the spectrum. Like when I was a young child, they didn't tell me until I was a teenager. Everyone had quote unquote the talk about like the birds and the bees when they turned like 11 or 12. I got to talk about, hey, you're what is called Asperger's syndrome. So now it's just autism. I have a low case of autism, and for the last last few years, I had been going through these after-school lessons to help me understand emotion and like entendres, reading expressions, yada yada yada. I do far better than a lot of other people, especially those when people are like, "Oh, you're on the spectrum. Are you like?" And they'll point to The Good Doctor or something like. They'll point to like those kinds of exemplars, and it's like, no, I am not that severe, and I don't think I was ever that severe. And it's just because that with the autism spectrum, you just interpret things like slightly different to others, so it's more of a learning defect than it is like a full-on disease or anything like that, like what RFK Jr. is trying to say. Anywhoosies, so, where is my brain? Blah 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 blah. My brain. Anywhoosies, so, one of the things I've learned about the autism spectrum is that we don't have like 5 or 6 senses. We have more like 20 senses. You know, we have the classic ones, touch, taste, smell, hearing, sight. But we also have temperature, balance, and relevant to this conversation, we have hunger. Hunger is a sense that our body gives us. Now, me being on the spectrum, and this happens with some people on the spectrum, I don't know if it's everyone, but it's some of them, your sense of hunger is very muted. So, for me, I don't have a really good sense of when I'm eating too much or eating too little. So what was so prior to this year and a little bit of last year, I basically would just eat whatever the fuck I wanted. Like, to put into context, like, Bookie can attest to this. Back in the day, I would spend easily $50 to $70 on a DoorDash or an Uber Eats for one meal, for, like, lunch or dinner. I would have, like, 2 hamburger meals and 20 McNuggets or something crazy like that. Absolutely unhealthy. Would not recommend. I don't want to go back to that. As tempting as it would be to test my stomach, I don't want to deal with, like, the pain the next day. Because that's one of the things I've noticed now that I've eaten, like, far less food and what have you, is that, blah, 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 is that my stomach is actually smaller. But, like I said earlier, I don't have a really good sense of hunger, like, being either too full or too empty. So sometimes I will eat a lot of food, but then my stomach is full, and then it feels painful the next day. So, but yeah, and anywhoosies. So one of the benefits that I've had going onto the shake diet, the dietitian's like, oh yeah, you're gonna eat a lot less, so you're gonna probably feel hungrier. If you feel that way, you can go for low-starch vegetables. There's a list of foods that you can have from here, and it's not really gonna do too much to your diet. Zero sugar sodas are also fine. They can kind of, like, cap your hunger a little bit. And they, account for your, like, 2 liters of fluids a day kind of thing as well. Just don't make it a habit of drinking 2 liters of Coke, no sugar, because it increases your risk of cancer the same way that having your phone in your pocket and up to your face is also going to increase your risk of cancer. So yeah, it works fairly, so the shake diet works fairly well for me, and I didn't have to eat, like, a lot of vegetables and what have you, because, you know, I didn't know when I was hungry or not. Drinking it does what now? Yeah, fun fact, Velk, your phone increases the risk of cancer. Soda, no sugar soda increases the risk of cancer. But drinking 2 cans of Coke a day or something like that is about the same as sort of equivalency as having your phone by you. There's a value. It's a non-zero value, but let's be real, it's not like getting an X-ray. What did Araxiel say? My entire family has cookie for the Feral Frenzy Fang. Here's your cookie. Oh, damn. I eat like 1 meal a day and maybe a snack later, and lasts for me for a while. Yeah, so my meals are like 250 mils of water mixed in with the powder. That's 1 meal. I have 2 of those, and then I have a 350 calorie meal from U-Foods, and I absolutely adore it. What did Araxiel say? Their entire family has spectrum in some way. Your mom gets angry when someone cries. You can't look into someone's eyes. Get easily distracted and related. Aidable. I don't even know if I eat too much or little. I know I'm hungry when I'm like starving. It's hard to say when my stomach aches or when I'm hungry or how much food is enough. Yeah. So I'm really thankful for having a diet where it's quite simply, here is a satchel. Here is some water. Mix that together. This exact value is what you need exactly for 1 meal. Now do that 3 times. And I was just like, perfect, excellent. Do not eat more than that. Yep, I'm right behind it. If you do feel hungry, you are okay to have these things, but you don't need, but ideally you don't need. I'm like, yep, nope, you said enough, perfectly fine for me. So, I very much love having a diet where it's quite simply, you have explicitly this thing, you have explicitly that thing. Because here's the thing, anyone that comes into my chat and is like, damn, I gotta see a dietitian, honestly, yep, highly recommend it. If you are in Australia, I don't know if you're in Australia, but for me, like, one of the lucky things for me in Australia is that I had a BMI of like 34 or 35 or something like that. So when I went to the GP, which, you know, GPs get bulk billed, so they cost you nothing. Originally, in Australia, it did actually cost you nothing to see a GP, but now it costs you, like, a little bit of money. You go to the GP, they look at your BMI, they see it's very high, and they go, right, this is a national emergency. You are given 5 free appointments in a year, and these are for dietitians and physiotherapists. It costs me nothing to go to those dietitians and those physiotherapists, because I got like a little note from the GP saying, this boy is too fat. You need to fix this now for the sake of national health. So yeah, so I was able to get that benefit in Australia. I don't know if other countries get such a thing. I'll be real with you. I bet you if America had something like that where, oh, go to a GP and they can sign off on you having like 2 free appointments with a dietitian, I reckon the BMI would be like, you know, the obesity rates in America would be going down a little bit more with Ozempic. Fun fact, actually, there has actually been a legitimate decline in obesity rates in the United States. It has been going up for quite a few years and what have you, and even during COVID, it went up like a little bit more because of that. But because of the prevalence of Ozempic last year, the actual obesity rates have actually gone down. There's been like a marketable difference where they've been able to see on the chart, like, oh yeah, no, this isn't like a, you know, margin of error decrease of like 0.1 or something like that. It's like, no, we have seen a marketable like 0.3 or 0.5, like they've seen a proper decrease. So good for them. It's a shame that it's being used, like you're having to use diabetes drugs, because that's the original purpose of Ozempic, is that it manages your insulin levels. But because of that management of the insulin levels, it is also like squelching the hunger in your body. So, which goes to show that there's probably a good number of people whose bodies just need a rebalance on hunger levels and what have you. And it's not enough to make it, you know, just a simple pill. They probably need to make it an injection. No idea how it is in my country. Gotta see when visiting a doctor. Absolutely. Go talk to a GP. Look, I'm not going to be one of those people where, you know, me standing here and I'm like, ah, yes, if you want to be as fit and as strong as me, you should go over to Limsalo Minsa and go talk to this person and get yourself a 10% discount with offer code GrantZeebs, and you too can be as swole as me. It's like, no, that's not what actually happens. Here's the recommendation that I actually give. Go talk to a doctor. It doesn't matter what anyone online tells you. It doesn't matter if there's like oh, here's 20 moves to burn fat, or here's the foods you should be eating more of. Go to a GP, go to a dietitian, go to a physiotherapist. Preferably in that order. Don't jump the gun to a dietitian right at the get-go. Talk to a GP. Tell them you want to lose weight. They will either recommend you to a dietitian or a physiotherapist based off of your deets. You go to those people. They will give you a plan. They will give you a medication. They will give you something. And it will work for you, because that is their job. They're not going to go down the fad diets. I didn't go to a dietitian. They told me, you should suck more lemons. They were like, nah, here's what we can do. You have 2 options here. Go with these 2 here. I reckon you can get down to like 80 kilograms or less because of these diets. And I was just like, that sounds fucking amazing. And you know what? It worked for me. A friend of mine went to a dietitian. They did not get the same recommendation as I did. They got a different set of recommendations where they actually had to go for less sugar in their diet. They didn't need to go through an intensive shake. They were given a meal plan. They had a chance to, you know, try it out for a few weeks, alter that plan. Brilliant. Like, don't listen to online, you know, armchair professionals about your health or anything like that. Go to a doctor. Limsa has the features. You're so not entirely has that feature. You're not entirely wrong. No. If you want, like, if I wanted to be really legit about like the features in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, technically speaking, you'd go to Gridania. You want to talk to a Lalafell in Gridania, and they will give you a magic potion that will allow you to reinvent yourself for free. So yeah, also, hi Velk. Glad to have you here. So yeah. It has Culinarian and the Marauders Guild. Yeah, the best fighting guild and the best crafter. Acceptable, fair enough. Dietitian and working out, easy. I don't know if the Marauder could be seen as a you know, a working out group. If there was going to be a working out group, it would be either the Pugilist / Monk or the Paladin. I reckon they're the working out group. Excuse me. Alrighty then. So we're back here with that job trainer for Pugilist. I don't know what the job trainer is like in Pugilist. I just think because Pugilist escalates to Monk and it's all about like fist fighting and martial arts and, you know, physical strength and like, you know, endurance and this and that, I reckon
Menkar Cameron's Commentaries, Volume 3.
This is the guy.
Of course, here you go. Keep us in mind for any future needs.
Thank you, thank you! I can't tell you how long I've been looking for this book.
Told me he's on his way to pick up his book. I should wait for him to arrive and find out what he knows. Alright, I need to get going. I need to go talk to that guy before he gets away. Yo, you, stop. I want that book.
Have you been following me?
Tell me about the Mythic Dawn cult.
Are you? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about any cult.
Don't play stupid.
I can see you're familiar with Menkar Cameron's Commentaries. I know that Daedric cults are not quite the thing socially, but that's just foolish prejudice and superstition. The adventurous, open-minded thinker.
Amazing talk from experience.
Many rewards.
Yes. They killed the Emperor, you fool!
The Mythic Dawn were the ones? You have to believe me. I truly had no idea. I mean, I knew they were a Daedric cult. Menkar Cameron's views on Mehrunes Dagon are fascinating, revolutionary even. But to murder the Emperor? Mara, preserve us.
You better give me that book.
Yes, of course. I don't want anyone to think I had anything to do with their insane plots. Here, Volume 3 is yours. What you do with it is your business.
I need the 4th book as well.
Volume 4 directly from a member of the Mythic Dawn. I had set up a meeting with the sponsor, as he called himself. Here, take this note they gave me. It tells you where to go. I don't want anything else to do with the Mythic Dawn.
Uh-huh. Awesome. Cool. We're one step closer, although I should probably read these books a little bit more carefully so I can figure out. So, book 1 was talking about G.R. Green Green Emperor. So Green MP Emperor. So yeah, so Green Emperor. Okay, so whoever findeth this document, I call him brother. Answers are liberations where the slaves of Malbioj that came to know cast down their jailer. Blah, 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 blah. You coming was foretold. So, Green Emperor. So Green Emperor Way, where Tower touches. So Green Emperor Way, where Tower touches something or other. So which way is Green Emperor Way then? So we got the blue road, the yellow road. Okay, so Green Road. So we got Green Road here. And then Gold Road is over there. Maybe I should do something about Methala's thingy-majiggy. Fuck it, we're gonna set a marker there. Because, you know what? I am honestly interested in trying to, And then, yep, Frostcrag is over there. Dun, 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 dun. F6. Tells me the last book ID can only be given to you by a member. He has set up a meeting with one whom he calls the sponsor. He was to go alone and sit at the table in sunken sewer beneath the Imperial City. I will go and take that meeting instead, but should find... Yep, okay, cool. So, there's that. Finding the Thieves Guild, Fingers of the Mountain. Oh! This thing, Fingers of the Mountain. So, there is a... So, I had a note from her. Hello there! Welcome to the stream, Star Dragon. Down, you'll need a... Ikinoi from a member of the study. Look for the hidden meaning in his words. As best as you're able. When you are ready, come to the sunken sewers under the Elven Garden in the Imperial City. Come alone, follow the main tunnel to the table and chair. Sit down, I'll meet you there and give you what you desire. A long neck. Nice. That's not a really high himbo rating. I'm sorry to say. You're gonna need to work on that. Alrighty. I was given a note, and apparently I need, like, hang on, ding. Where's the note? Here it is. Most of the text given only seem to function where it reacts strongly to magic. Okay, Welkin stone necessary to harness. From these notes and the original Aelid interpretations, it seems that our Imperial friends were attempting to harness some degree of the Aelid's magical power, and were marginally successful. I suggest you procure a Wilkin stone for yourself. Searching Aelid ruins will likely be the quickest method of acquiring one, and return to Cloudtop to cast a shock spell at the pillar. I have no idea what those things are. I have no idea what a Wilkin stone is. Also... Verima Shrine is over... Oh! Is this thing pointing out the different... And then there's Cindercliff Watch. I don't know what that is. Frostcrag. So there's Cloud Top there. We got a Vale over there. We got Mordana over there. Gates of Oblivion. Winder. Shade Cliff. Cycorn. I have not yet gone down to here. Praise be Akatosh. And all the Divans. That's me there right now. Could make an offer. Try Q. 21% works better. Velk, have you played this game before? Actually, travel to Battlehorn Castle. Yep, you finished it. Where the fuck do I get a Welkid Stone? Because they talk about, like, the Aelids or something like that, and I have no fucking clue what the Aelids are. Do you remember where you left the sewers from the start of the game? Kind of. Rings a bell. Why? Also, I'm in the VC. Alright, my private quarters. Aelids are elves? Okay, so there's the Dark Elves, High Elves, and Wood Elves. Alright, where is... Alright, so there's a lot of books here. And then we've got the big chest over there. Alright, so... Yeah, so this is holding all of the, what's Mahuzi nonsense. So... So I'm going to put all this in here, so then that way I don't get over-encumbered. I'll probably grab that Nim root back, because I do need to keep track of that. Oh! Nope, 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 nope. Give me back my Journeyman pedestal. There we go. Oh yeah, and I've got like a potion of strength, because, yeah, fortifying my strength is important. Drawer in here, meanwhile, is gonna hold Cleansing of the Fane, Weakness to Shock, Water Breathing, A Touch of the Frenzy, Serenity, Restoring the Thingy-Madiggies, Frostcrag Nonsense. Mm-hmm. Ow! Google. The Aelids, also known as the Heartland Elves, Selexes, or Wild Elves, were a race of elves who ruled over Citadel. Their appearances were said to have been lighter than that of the Dunmer, but not as pale as that of the Altar. They have varied skin tones from light tan to bronze. That does not help me. Sorry to say, but that does not help me. Alright, and then over in here, we've got all this gear. So I can put you. I'm gonna keep you because you do like cool fortifying nonsense. I'm gonna get rid of you and you. We're keeping the bow with us. I'm in VC, but what specifically are you after? According to Ding Dong. Also, I'm pretty sure you're a moderator. I'm pretty sure you can just jump. Did I not give you the mod? No, I didn't give you the moderator role. Let me fix that. All right. As a moderator, you're able to just freely jump into the Zeebs, like, streaming room yourself. That way you're able to just sort of rush in there and be like, Zeebs, do not talk about this subject. No, you must stop. You're going to get yourself canceled or something along those lines. Give it a try. All right, here's my note. Hi there, Velk. This is my moderator.
Hi.
So,
if anyone was going to be cancelled, it would be me.
Possibly. So.
Wow.
So they suggest to procure a Welkin stone, searching eyelid ruins. The fuck is the eyelids?
Okay, so open your map.
Oh, I forgot M does not open map. It would be nice if it did.
Yeah.
So I was
really
like,
would.
so I was probably like around here or something like that.
So, it's north a little bit. You see the little cave just northeast of the top part of the Imperial City?
Oh. Oh yeah, that's the prison sewer.
Yep. So if you go straight northeast, can't miss it. It's on the island.
Oh, this island right here?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Alright, let me get out of here. But yeah, I have 100%ed my security by learning that you can just set a already set tumbler and it counts it as a successful what's-mahoozies, which is really funny.
You are learning the ways.
I am learning the ways. I have also learned how to do the funky dupe oops, which is really helpful because I am definitely going to do it to some of the alchemy ingredients, because probably the next thing I'll do is just make a shit ton of potions of the thing I want. This is the way.
We'll also need a lot of reagents that sometimes are just very hard to get, or just don't spawn.
Alright, so... Also, I'm pretty... Yeah, I think I got rid of that Gate of Oblivion. So, fast travel to the prison sewer. So, yeah. Everyone's already played this, and everyone has, like, little... I'm glad that I get, like, a little bit of indicators of, oh, hey, you know, you can do this to improve the skill quicker and such. Apparently there's, like, some unconscious people or something like that that I could later punch and kick and all that kind of nonsense. Can I pick up the fish? No, I cannot. Oh, hello. That's a slaughterfish.
I don't know if the block casting glitch is still in.
Yes! I can now punch things that are immune to physical attacks.
Ooh, very nice.
Yes. Alrighty, so... Vilvarin is, like, discovered. Oh, hello. Ow, fuck you. Oh my god, you try to soul trap me? You bitch! I will steal that mace from you, because I have some soul gems in me. Oh my god, I nearly died. They're getting stronger. Ooh, me throw bullets.
The difficulty scaling is certainly something.
Yeah, I'm right now at like level 14, right? I was at level 9 at the start of the stream, and because I did all kinds of level ups, I'm now 14. I feel like I might have leveled too quickly.
It's not that. The leveling scaling in Oblivion has always been wacky.
Ah, okay. Let me activate heals.
There's a reason that people stop playing on the hardest difficulty.
Yep. Eat fist. I remember seeing like a screenshot in Skyrim where someone made themselves a ring and it said, "Magic isn't real, you dummy," and it just has magical resistance 180 something.
That sounds like something you could do here as well.
Yeah. I've heard there's like ways of making all kinds of spells where it's like, oh, here's like a order of operation you should do in order to make it so that you get, like a couple, like you get like really crazy books or something like that, but or not crazy books, crazy spells, but it costs very little in magic because you can just simply, yeah. Oh wait, this one, the Immortal Blood. Oh, cannot Sigwin. The moons and stars were hidden from sights, making the particular quiet nights especially... Nocturne, one of the acolytes brought to me, and from the look of him, there was a need of healing, pale, opulence... Oh, it's talking about vampirism.
Yeah, that's fine. You've opened the book, that's fine. If it's like the old version, that increases your hand-to-hand.
Yep, it increased my hand-to-hand to level 51.
Yeah.
I can hear thingies. Oh, acrobatics is... Oh, hey, lettuce. Ooh, piece of candy. So wait, so do I go into the stone door, or do I see what's up here?
You can see what's up there first.
Oh, this is a... alien... Oh, okay, so... You draw power forth from the well. Cool, 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 cool. What shot me? The fuck shot me? Oh, crab? Where the fuck did this crab come from? Okay, so these things, like the weird, So these symbols here mean... Oh, let me zoom out. So these weird, like, you know, cross symbols with the yellow, these are Aelid things, are they?
They are shrines. They can sometimes have a cave in them, sometimes they don't.
Okay, okay. I think Skeleton Key quest is from level 10. Ah, okay, nice. Okay, well, when I need to get a Skeleton Key...
Here will not be tolerated.
Oh, hello, bandit.
I also recommend quick saving. For no reason in particular.
I should quick save more often in caves and what have you, rather than... Because it does auto-save once you're in the cave. Alright, pick up those two things. Let's have a look at armor options. Because right now I'm wearing dwarven shit. And... Alright, let's have a look. So... Yeah, so the dwarven is heavy armor, giving me... Let's see. The boots and Ooh, the cuirass is doing more than... Kavach's, but Kavach's gives me an increase in my endurance and strength. Mithril boots, meanwhile, 1 of 3 versus... Okay, so... Is Mithril heavy or light? Okay, Mithril is light, and it's heavier than chain. But it does look cooler. Oh, but it does have details. Oh, no, it just tells me my thingamajiggy in the light armor. That's it. Everything I'm wearing except for this cuirass is heavy. So I am going to drop this nonsense. I'm going to... Oh, let me at least keep 1 piece of boots. There we go. I'll keep at least 1 boot. Fuck it, let's pick up the Dwarven War Axe just in case. I can't do anything with the glowing rocks. Apparently, the glowing rocks are not fantasy enough for me to pick up. Oh, hello. Did I just disarm her? Fuck yeah.
You can also pick up their weapon when you have disarmed them.
Nice.
They get very confused.
Mithril shield. Nice. Wait, you had an iron shield, but you didn't... You bitch. You dumb bitch. Oh, hello. Am I still gonna get damaged if I walk through these, like, just standing? Nah, okay, cool. Just quick save here.
Good that they changed that.
Oop. Someone's... Iron thingy-majiggies. Oh, hello. Some ancestor.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
I'll pick up the glass arrows, that lockpick, and I'll keep everything else off you. Wasn't there like a dagger I could pick up? Ow. Fuck you. Oh, there you are. Bam. I don't know if, like, fists is going to be, like, the superior way to, go through combat, like, after, you know, a certain point, but it is funny to go through it as that.
For enemies that are immune to physical, that's actually not bad.
Well, now that I'm level 50, like, they can now be damaged by my fists anyway, so it ain't a problem. Ooh, corn. Cheese! Oh my goodness. I can't wait for when I get off my diet, I will be able to like go back onto like full dairy stuff. So cheese fries will definitely be something I will attempt at least once. Ooh, I can stealth here.
I reckon Sue's is probably the best place to do it, near where I am. They do really good cheese fries.
Sue's. Alright, you're gonna need to send me a Google Map link of, like, a good cheese fry place. Because I get TikToks, like, telling me about, like, all kinds of different places in, Sunnybank for some of the, Japanese and Asian cuisine. And, you know, sushi trains and what have you. Oh! This bandit leader looks extra...
You do realize I've been holding back.
Ringleader, like, what, a circus?
I think ringleader is just normal ringleader. Oh, hang on. Give me cool gauntlets, please. But yeah, I feel like one of the custom spells I'll make at some point is like powerful gauntlets and shit. Ah! Magic? Gotcha! I almost died then, but I survived. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Angrel. I really needed that. Boots of the Silt Runner. Yes. Mace of Flame. Sure. Mithril Cuirass. Sure. Pick up that lockpick because I can. Short Sword of Weakness. Thank you. Cured Shield. Sounds good. Oh, there's like a dude down there. No. Okay.
Do you like American cheese?
Yes.
Okay.
American cheese makes it so that, short of having like mozzarella, American cheese is good for burgers. Like, there's just something about artificial cheese.
I personally think you're wrong, but that's okay. They do that too.
Nice.
They do pizza fries, where they do just a shitload of that stuff and pepperoni.
Oh my god. So, ow. Damn, this bandit is strong. Why is this bandit strong with the fists? Fuck off. Oh, maybe my thingy-madiggies are not really strong because my gauntlets are broken. Here we go.
Just bust out a repair hammer in the middle of combat?
I can't right now. Because I don't think it lets me use it while enemies are nearby.
I'll give it a go.
Ding dong. I got 13. Cannot repair while enemies are nearby.
Damn.
Yeah.
And yeah, same. American plastic cheese is certainly a choice.
Can't imagine taste. If you've had a hamburger Araxial, you've had American cheese. Like, I'm sorry, but people that are thinking of like, oh yeah, no, I've had like much better cheeses than American cheese. If you've had a hamburger, you've had American cheese. Do not fucking lie to yourself thinking, oh nah, there's better than American cheese. There is a reason we still have it, okay? The same reason why non-stick pans are still a thing. They are pretty good for, oh, let me just run away, repair myself. The reason why we have non-stick pans is because of convenience, and they're good for, like, you know, heating up, like, leftovers. And they do it, you know, not as great as microwaves, I've heard, but they do it to a level.
They let you know if they're using American cheese or not.
They let you know. I don't think places like Hungry Jack's or McDonald's are gonna fucking care to tell you.
Oh no, it's fast food. I don't do that stuff.
Mm.
Good thing you took that warhammer from them.
Yeah, they're a little bit stronger than I expected. Yes! Get fucked, get fucked, get fucked. There we go. Yes!
Your hand-to-hand went up 2 levels in this fight.
Mithro Greaves, thank you. I'm pretty sure... Alright. Can I repair things now? Thank you so much for the 69 bits, Meeps. It helped me get Hyper Himbo for longer. Oh yeah, my Curus is like broken. Done! Repaired everything in rapid succession. I can always like duplicate more hammers in the future because I figured out how to do that. So, but yeah, hammers weigh something, so. Ooh, can we open this? Yes, we can. All right, let me just heal myself real quick.
Nanny.
A brief history of the Empire. Blah, 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 blah. Nope, not important. Nothing important in there. Shirt's gone. What was the titty expand button? 717 bits or 7,175 or 600 bits. I went for like all the different like titties or boobs. Oh, 8,008 makes boob. I think worst cheese you ate was in McDonald's and it was cheddar, but then Union food regulations are different. You know, Mountain Dew was banned in Europe for some time. Also, bread couldn't be called bread in Ireland because there was too much sugar in it for Subway. So, boobies! Boobies! Honestly, the silliest fucking voice line I ever said, and it was like, fuck it, let's get it as a... Thank you so much for the 600 bits, Meeps. Look at this! Chat! Pecs. Absolute giant bahungas. I can't believe I hadn't had this as like a thingy-madiggy. Oh! Fuck you. Get that. You do not get to... You have another one? How many do you have, good sir? Oh, I'm over encumbered. Shit. Well. Time to dose. Where is it? Here it is. Potion of Strength. Ooh. But yeah.
You can just drop the warhammers that you had.
Okay. Alright, fine. Let me just have a... But hey, the strength...
Just put them in the chest.
Do I have more than one? No, I just have the one, so it's not a problem. I will get rid of that. Let's see. Silver... Hang on, what's doing more attack here? So, 6, 5... Okay, so silver doesn't really do much. So yeah, let's get rid of that. Alright. Okay. Also, F5.
Oh, was it... I don't know if it was this one or Daggerfall that you need a silver weapon to deal with certain enemies.
Who knows?
Because I know one of them, it was specifically, you need silver, nothing over, nothing under, and it was stupid.
Yeah. Well, he's dead, for whatever reason.
Okay.
Can I... Like, come on. Dink. Can I move you? No, it won't let me move you. For whatever reason, you're just clipping through there, stuck. Alright. Is there more of these things? Yes, there is. There's this thing here. Oh, this fucker. Alright. Also, by increasing my strength, I get to do more damage with my fists, so win-win. I think I'm going the right way.
Yeah, silver could hurt imps. It was also the wereballs and werewolves and...
Yeah. Oh, I was able to take care of imps with my fists already, so yeah, we don't have to worry about that here.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Welkin stone. We needed one of those, didn't we?
You said you did, yeah. That's one of them.
Uh-huh. Are they, like, really rare? Is that... Because we had to go fairly deep to find one of those. Oh, hey, a skeleton!
They will never respawn.
Oh, okay. And once again, I'm over... Wait, aren't I just holding onto a random bone or something like that? Hang on. Yeah, I'm holding onto a random bone. Like, that's dumb. Fire shield on self. Documents or something or rather. Ham. Do want to keep the mithril stuff. One of the things I do want to figure out is how to do, like, enhancements on my gear. Because I know there's, like, sigils, like, stones from Oblivion Gates, but they're, like, specific upgrades. I want to get, like, a good upgrade.
Okay, did you want the answer to how you enchant gear?
Not right now.
Okay.
So, another time. Maybe when I go through, like, mage quest lines and what have you. Alright, so... Oh, is there something in the water? Fish, bubbles... Oh, yep. Hang on. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity to do the water breathing spell if I can do it to myself. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Water breathe... Oh, my skill level's too low. Damn it. I don't have enough magicka for that, and my skill level is too low for that. Shit. Fuck it, I'll just use defend a lot. Oop. I need to do so much magic nonsense. Sup, skeleton? Over encumbered already? I'm gonna have to fix that. Fine, let me look at my stuff and see what the heaviest fucker is. Alright, so the Dwarven War Mace is the heaviest thing. I don't need the Silver Mace. I'll keep these two maces because, you know, they seem pretty tight. Silver Bow doesn't do as much compared to the Dwarven Bow. And... yeah. I'm keeping the mithril stuff. Are there mannequins in this game?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, there's all kinds of enemies here. Iron arrows. Oh, there's a stone up there. Hang on. No. Okay, there's no...
The game gave you a clue.
So there's like a thing I could probably step on. Or, wait, unless, do I have... No. Okay, so that wants me to do lockpicking. So maybe there's a, Oh, it's one of those. There we go.
Mind-blowing when this game came out. Oh.
They were just like, oh my god! Like, I'll be real with you, like, I was just like, yeah, 2 random arrows, and then moving on. But then you were like, oh, the game has already given you, like, a instructions, quote-unquote. Yeah, and they're shitty iron. Wait, can I shoot through the thingy?
As a young teen, I never did that. I always ended up just glitching my way up there. I was 2. Huh?
Just, But yeah, ever since I learned of, like, oh yeah, like, Fallout just deciding to do, like, a shit ton of, Oh, wait, how do I get... Oh, god damn it, I need to... There we go. Fists! Fuck you, ghost! Thank you for the ectoplasm. Fuck it, let's kill all these things. Oh my god, with my security level up to 100, it makes the what's-mahoozies easier. I think it does, anyway. Uh-huh. Ooh.
If you auto-attempt at 100 security, does it just auto-succeed?
Oh, let's see. Let's try it on this hard one. Not on the first go. Oh, an ancient ghost. It's gonna be a little more effort. Where's the ectoplasm? There it is. There. Thank you. Alright, let's see how many attempts it takes to do this one. 1, 2... About 4 times. So yeah, we'll probably just auto-attempt this now going forward. Just be like, pressing R. I've got enough lockpicks. Dink, donk. Take that. Awesome. Cool. Let me just cure myself, because fuck having a disease. Being dead is gay. Remember, son, dying is gay.
Oh, really? Damn, I gotta get me some of that.
Yeah.
In Minecraft. Oh shit, the cancel. I told you.
No! It's alright. Alright, so now we're back up. Do I just backtrack throughout this entire fucking dungeon now? I'm gonna...
Yeah, should be something else here.
Wait, was that where... So that's to the Wenzel, that's to Varen. Wait, did I go through the Wendessel?
No, you didn't.
Okay, hang on. Ugh. Just give me the smaller map. I was stuck... There we go. Alright, so... Down, to the right, forward, and then... Yep, okay, cool. Hopefully this will get me to the... There we go, there we go. Okay, so there should be a door here. Ah, yeah. I saw this before, but I didn't go through with it. Oh, am I? Oh no, never mind. I thought I still had, like, I was underwater or something, but it's doing something else to me. Ooh. I'll take that. Take that. Ah! I should have known it was a trap, but hey, it absolutely failed on me. Get fucked, figments of my imagination.
Yes, the classic butt spike trap.
I wonder how many people had to deal with that. Like, just, my butt. Alright, thank you. And thank you. Oh, can I push you onto this thing? Did you... No, I didn't die. Fuck you. Yeah! Got him that time.
The precision needed to actually hit a skeleton with those spikes. Well done.
Yeah. There's more than muscle in this brain. Carry weight is tough for a dex-based character. Yeah, I've learned. Also, am I still infected with shit? Hang on. No, I'm not. I just have weird, like, particle effects going off.
I actually don't know what that's about. I think that's
Just a
That's
glitch.
Or something.
Whee! Oh, I need to fix some stuff at some point. Where is my repair hammer? Here it is.
I think he specifically doesn't have water breathing.
Yeah. I think it is just a glitch, just because I've, like, gone into the water and then back out, like, in some random rapid succession.
So the game partially thinks that you're in water, but without the breathing thing.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Just like Subnautica.
We've done that. Is there any, like, buttons on here? Okay, so we're at the end. Oh, there's another room down this a ways. So yeah, so we came in from there. So now we go through here. Oh boy. Oh, am I gonna get a puzzle? Yeah, I'm gonna get a puzzle. There's blocks here. And if we get it wrong, we die. Or I can just do this. Thought you could outsmart me!
Yeah, man.
Hmm. Get shit on, skeleton. Meow. Only the bone meal. And did I get the bone meal from you? No, I didn't. Alright, bone meal. Steel. The cage is raised remotely. What cage?
The cage you were looking at?
Oh, it's telling me I need to open it from somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, pick up everything from there. Oh
yeah, I was looking at restaurants as well in Brisbane. And I was like, oh yeah, this place looks fine. I wonder how much it is. $35 for bone marrow.
Oof. 35 is a bit... Wait, $35 for what, sorry?
For one serving of bone marrow.
Oh, that's kind of exorbitant.
Yeah, it was also
Like...
$69 for a 200-gram piece of steak.
Okay. I spend a lot of money on food back in the day, but normally that was to get a lot of food. Like, sure, $20 for a McDonald's meal is a bit much in a lot of people's sense, but, you know, I feel like that's a... it should be, like, if I'm spending $35 on food, it should be the equivalency of what I would get at McDonald's.
Yeah. As bad as McDonald's is... It's just too much for too little. I'd rather just go to Eat Street.
Not fair. One of the, oh, hello, another skeleton. Wait, why are there so many of you? Where are you? Oh! Get it.
They come from bodies. So what happens is, when a body dies, their skeleton is left behind. And sometimes they just get so angry, they decide to go on walkabout.
They're just too angry to die. Ooh.
Exactly.
Ooh, yay, we were able to get a statue. Nice. But now the next question is, where the fuck do we go from here? God damn, is this what all the caves are going to be like?
No, just this one. Jesus.
I'm just look, I got the lockpicks, and now that it's like, oh, 100% security, it's like, might as fucking well. Until I get the skeleton key. Is there anything in here? Yes, there is. Potion of sorcery, thank you. Okay.
At least if you're being followed, they'll know when they're finding you. They'll just follow the broken lockpicks at every door.
It's just, there's just 6 of them, like, just right beside a door, and the detective's just like, I have a suspicion. Also, this water thingamadiggy is really annoying me now. Get shit on skeletons. Yep. Fortune and sorcery.
You've been blessed by a water elemental or something, then.
Maybe. Let me go back to magic and let me go back to active. So, Grey Prince training, circuit, thing, Lady's blessing I've always had. No, there's nothing here. Nothing here that would indicate, like... I bet you, like, once I take things off and on, it's gonna be fine again. Gee, I wonder who's nearby. Ooh.
Where are you?
Ask a question about where they come from, get answer.
Ooh, Journeyman's thingy-ma-diggy. A wasp of the west is probably important. Ooh. Yolbert. It's Joel's evil cousin, Joelbert. Get shit on, magical person. Necromancer's robes, and a Staff of Storms, sure. Anything else in this area I can pick up? Don't care for the shields. Ooh. I'll pick up the bone meal from the skeleton. Yeah, that looks to be it. So, let's move on. Yay! Back upstairs we go. Hey, that only took 1 attempt. Ooh, our restoration is almost at level 50. But yeah. So how's the Final Fantasying?
We're up to the final boss of the raid tier.
Ooh, okay. Wait, has there been a new patch for, the what's-a-mahoozies? Oh, nice! Okay, so we've been able to double back, and now we're back here. Awesome!
Yeah. And for the normal raids, yeah, there has been for a while. You, played the... How did you dodge that one?
Because when I clicked here, it was expecting... Because this one is obviously for me going forwards, not for me just being like... And then just watching it go vroom, vroom. So, yeah. You know, shit happens. But yeah, I was meaning, is the second alliance raid out? But...
Oh, second alliance? No.
No.
This is just the normal raids and the savages.
Yeah, I have not done any of the savages.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
Oh, hey, the thingamadiggy is back up.
The normal raids were fun.
Alrighty, so now that we've got... So now that we've got the stone... What was her notes again? Hang on. So... Procure a Welkin stone. Return to Cloud Top and cast a shock spell. Okay, so... We now go... So remove that marker. We head back to Cloud Top. I don't know if we're supposed to drop the Wilkin Stone, but I think I have more than one, so I will, like, put one beside the pillar or what have you. So, hang on. So we go back up here. I'm pretty sure I've got one in my inventory at this point, so if I... And it begins with a W.
Oh, quick save as well.
Quick saved. Where is the... Here it is. Alright, so... We're just gonna drop... No, just drop one. And then I need to do a... shock spell on the pillar. So we've got... Shocking Touch. And I'm too low for Electric Touch. So we're gonna do Shocking Touch. I was struck by lightning and being granted a powerful new spell. Oh.
I'm so happy they fixed that. Okay, good.
What, getting, like, electrocuted, like...
So, in the original, I don't know if they changed the damage points, but I got one shot by that.
Oh, okay.
Although I was also the star sign of the apprentice, so I took 100% extra damage.
That'd probably do it. So, I've got Lightning Blast now, which is probably the recently acquired spell, knowing my luck. But I can't use it. Alright, fuck it, let's just start using Snowball. This should hopefully up my destruction. Or do I have to hit things with it?
You might have to hit things with it? Maybe.
Oh, hey, a bear!
Easy way to tell.
If I can aim.
I'm just happy to be here.
Okay, this bear is actually hurting me. I'm not gonna stick around to figure out about the destruction spell, so... Fuck you, bear. Also, it gave me yellow tick, the bastard.
What, you prefer a green tick?
No, I don't want any ticks. Alright, where's my cure?
A red cross.
Cure disease. There we go. And healing, because I can, which gives me back some of my strength. Whee! Oh, hey, there's like a Minotaur or something over there. Alright, we're gonna do... Yeah, look, right there. How did I not deal with these fuckers when I had to get up to Cloud Top? Oh, because I took, like, the shortcut way of, like, you know, just... Is he stuck? Yeah, he's stuck.
Skyrim horse, he isn't.
This is kind of funny. But I won't be able to rest while enemies are nearby, so... Oh, wait, can I...
Well, you know those stones that you picked up?
The what's-mahoozies? These guys. Oh!
Do remember that they're limited, but...
Oh, there's a duplication. There's a duplication glitch, don't you worry. I'll be able to demonstrate it and get, like, a shit ton... Oh, but they weigh, like, one thingy-madiggy. Get fucked, Minotaur. Ooh, the Minotaur horn restores willpower and casts Burden. So yeah, nice. It's... Sorry, Angro, we killed the Minotaur. It wasn't you. It was too weak. But yeah, there's like a shrine somewhere where there's like these people that are stuck. They're like fully unconscious and shit.
Daedric Shrine, yep.
I'm just gonna put this guy.
They are a hoot in this game.
We're gonna go back to, you know, the What's-a-Mahoozy place, and we're gonna head over to this random Daedric shrine and see what it gives us. Alright. Oh my god, when the fuck did you get there? I don't remember that being there before. Fuck's sake. Also, is
the gate that ate Taco Bell.
Here we go. Nope. No point I follow you. Oh, but I'm gonna have... Hang on a sec. Let me get close to this thing. So, let me just get rid of all these scamps, because I should probably do this before I go too far. I'll need to drop some of my stuff off.
And cure your diseases.
No, thankfully I don't have too many diseases, so... Ding, dong. Back over to... So it's quicker to get to the Frog Crag, but that's not where I'm putting all my stuff. I'm gonna head back to Battlehorn. And... do I want to duplicate the stones? Probably. It's gonna be absolutely hilarious. Alrighty, hang on. So... Granted, the stones are very heavy, so it's not going to be worth holding on to like a shit ton of them. But it's going to be worth it. Alrighty, F. And then... So we got the apprentice, we got... where are you? I don't know what the statue is used for. Here it is, so... 1 stone, and then we grab the lockpick. There we go. And then, what is another thing that we're going to duplicate? Let's go with you. If I'm over-encumbered, in for a penny, in for a pound for over-encumbered. Hopefully, did I get a lot of Minotaur Horn? Yes, I did. Awesome. Mutton restores health. Scamp skin does that. Crab meat restores endurance and resists shock. Ah, ham. Here we go. We want as much ham as we can get, so that's probably going to be done several times. And lo and behold, we're just going to have so much fucking ham. That's another thing worth having a lot of. Maybe not mutton.
Daedra hearts?
It's not in my thingy-majiggy right now. Ooh, lettuce restores... Oh, but it restores luck, not fortifies luck. Oh, cure disease. Always worth having a lot of cure diseases. So... Where is my lockpicks? There we go. 12,000 carry weight. How am I am gonna be walking so fucking slowly. Oh, wait, no, the ham didn't go up. Why didn't the ham go up? That's not right. Hang on, let me try that again. Alright, did ham go up this time? No, it's still only 1 ham. What the shit?
So you're unable to go ham.
For whatever fucking reason. Okay, so carrot's fine. Yep, cheese wheel went up. So maybe I can't go up to like 1,000 with it. Maybe that's the... Oh! Cure diseases, I was able to go up to a pretty high level. Alright, let's try with the Minotaur Horn then instead. Nope. Lettuce? Nope. Why the fuck can't I increase the ham? Ham's the good one! Fatigue and health going back up? That's incredible stuff. Ham is just too powerful. God damn it. Give me that bacon.
Well met.
I demand it.
Part of me wants to watch the world burn and say, hey, what happens if you press shift-click on all those potions you duplicated?
Oh, shit.
You quick saved.
Yes, I did. So left shift is drop.
Yes.
But it just... but it only does it, like, it only does one thing.
Ah, boo! Boo!
You were hoping it would be like a click, 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 click thing?
Can't have shit in Tamriel.
Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil's the one that had this problem. Alright. Slowly but surely I'm making it to... As fun as it would be to set up books in the bookshelf, could not care. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Wait, did I read this book? Yes, well, I have now, so... alright, so... You... keep the potions of strength. Alright, so... Cheese wheels, carrot, bone meal, ding ding, dong dong. No, I don't need 20. I just need, like, 10 potions of cure disease or something like that. Alright. Maybe once I... Also, yeah, I'm gonna put... It looks terrible like that, but, ding. Potions of healing and magicka? Potions of agility, speed, dispel, endurance... Fortune, restore health of 50 points, 30 points. Alright, so you can go away. That's a fortify health, fortify intelligence, resistance, sea stride, willpower, disbelief, weak potion of healing, potion of health. Alrighty, and then... Ding. Alright, so you. You. I'm gonna keep the Spectre Ring. Silver arrows, iron, glass, elven, dwarven dagger, staff of storms. I will... So this one does shock damage and soul trap. I'm gonna keep that one with me just in case. And... Because this is blunt, and then this is blade. So now I've got a marksman, a blade, and I think doing the Kvatch mission, there's about 14 of those dinos at the gate. Thankfully, I've already done the Kvatch mission, so I'm not in any immediate danger. Alright, why do I still have so much gear on me? Oh, it's these things. There we go. Yep, that would do it. Alright, oh wait, no, bear pelt doesn't go in here. Fuck. Where'd the bear pelt go? Shit. Where's the bear pelt?
Also feel free to sell that alien statue. Nothing will go wrong.
Nothing. Why do I feel like you're lying to me on that one? I don't know why. It just feels like a lie. It's like nothing will go wrong. Just...
You'll never know.
I'm keeping the bouquet of flowers. Alright, I can put your notes away. I'll put that away. Tempting to duplicate that thing, but nah. Keep the repair hammers. There isn't much of a point to having so many torches, so we'll hold on to one. Alrighty. Now... Okay, so that bookshelf doesn't do... It's annoying that there's drawers on the bookshelves, but none of them are, like, you know, able to be moved and shit. And then the display case is just a display case. Meanwhile, in here, I have so many fucking cure diseases and repair hammers up the fucking wazoo. Let's see what happens if I do... So if I do the ham there, and then let's try the repair hammer. Nope, ham is still ham. Let's see, how many hams do I have in here? Oh, hey, Daedra Hearts, you mentioned to, like, get, you know, some of that duplicated, so... Also, why is the Dwarven thingamadiggy in there? It shouldn't be in there. A, B, C, D, E, F, H. There we go. So there's our ham in there. And then... Dwarven thingamadiggy will go in there. So the boots do 1 point, and then these do 3. I do like the idea of water walking, but no. Oh, this thing is broken, so... Ding. Alrighty, hang on a second. So take all, and then... So we go to the ham, and... Cure disease. Here we go. Oop. There we go! Ham! Shit ton-
Enough ham to make you wonder, when someone comes into this house and sees it all, how many pigs did you kill?
Oh, it's just a full-on thing. Alright. So, plenty of Daedra Hearts, plenty of ham. Fuck it, let's do... Fortify... So we've already got the strength. I'm trying to think if there's something else in my, what's-mahoozies that is, like, you know, worth having an excessive amount of. Fuck it, let's go with the Grand Soul Gem and see if it... There we go. And Lesser while we're at it. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna keep that empty as just, like, my quick duplication location. And then, meanwhile, for you... ham... goes into there. And then... Yep, so that leaves me with the Journeyman, the Apprentice, and the Journeyman. What is... What does Wheat do? Fatigue and Damaging Magicka, Damaging Thingies. Damaging Luck and Fatigue. Venison does... Oh, Venison! We should probably duplicate the Venison, because that will actually be good. So that does Restoring Health and Feather. So... Let's see. This is Restoring Fatigue and Feather. And... Restoring Fatigue, Restoring Magicka, Restoring Speed. Fatigue. Radishes is fatigue. Thank you so much, Faye, the Boba Bunny, for the follow. I really appreciate it. Potatoes, fatigue. Peony seeds is restoring strength, fatigue. Okay, so the retort is what I'm looking for. And then we have mutton.
Endo?
Restoring health and feather, so... Mugwort. Here we go. Alrighty. Give me... Good. So yeah, here we go. Bing, dong, and then... So we go venison. And then let's go... Lockpicks. Ooh, that didn't work. Alright, how about... Yeah, there we go. Alright, and then sweet cakes. Sweet cakes is good. And then... Nice. Actually, do I want to bother making all those potions now while I can? Probably I do. Where is the thingamadigs? Where's my... Here it is. Journeyman's thingamadigi. Alright, so if I do... So mugworts do only restore health. This one does restore health and feather. So, ding, dong. So I can do feather... Actually, let me get rid of the mugs, just so then that way I'm doing feather. So, because at one point I'll be able to sell many of these. Faye the Boba Bunny recommended you to me? Oh, nice! Hi, I don't know who Faye the Boba Bunny is. Oh, nice! We now have a new thingy-majiggy. So now... Ooh, okay, so Sweet Cakes restores fatigue and restores health. Mugwort Seed still does the same thing, though. And look at all these feather potions. So, yeah. You're from Faye, too? Who are you people? Did I get raided and it didn't tell me? Hello? Who is Faye? Who is this Faye? Faye, the Boba Bunny. Who are you? Who is this Boba Bunny?
I didn't see anything come up in chat.
Their stream is end. Oh, wait. What in the world? Yeah. Who is this? I'll figure it out another time. I am already having way too much fun with like, you know, breaking this game with my ruinous physics. It's absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend. I was doing something else, wasn't I? Oh, yeah. Ding, dong. Make those things. So then that way I'm not wasting away that. And then claim that. And then ding, dong. She's another VTuber. I had a little peek. Little peek at the Boba Bun. Alright, ding. And then back to the alchemy. Bonk. Donk. Venison. Alright, so now I have all these feather potions I am going to get rid of. Wait, oh wait, no, there was other things I needed to get rid of as well. Hang on. I think the repair hammers were going in here, weren't they? Yes, the repair hammers were going into there, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 hammers? Oh, that's 27, so... Keeping 25 hammers, I think, is an okay amount. And... in this one here, we're going to put away the cure diseases, the lesser thingamadiggies, and the grand thingamadiggies. Alright. F5 this, because I want to see what happens when I do this. Let's see what happens. Shift. For... oh. Yeah, it wants me to, like, you know, drop how many? And then it's just like, there we go. So it has to be in, like, 2s.
That amount of hammers will help as well, unless you're going to the pub.
Just gonna get absolutely hammered.
Heh.
Hello there, real Shinzo. Welcome to the stream. Did you get over here because of a Boba Bunny? I have no context because I don't even get an indicator of someone shouting me out or anything like that. I just see, like, you know, Faye has followed me. RP Unearthly Claw has followed me. Real Shinzo has. They shouted me out. Oh, they didn't use the They were using, like, the classic thing. So yeah, because I don't use the exclamation point shoutout. I use like the native Twitch ones. So I use like da 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 da. So I use this one here, where that goes into the notification stream of, hey, look at this person, and such like that. So they get a notification that they got shouted out and what have you. And then I just make it where it's like, oh, if someone's being shouted out, then do an announcement as well. So that's my thing. You cannot drink anymore. No, I'm not trying to... Oh, left shift? How many? There we go. I'm doing this for my moderator, Velk, to see... Oh, can't drink anymore. I wish there was, like, a convenient button for going down to, like, the very end. I know it's on here for the, hang on. Let me see what happens if I just use the controller. Hang on. Alright, so... Drop. Oh. They just go around in a circle. So, yeah, it's not as fun, as you can see. It's not as fun. So, I will probably sell a lot of these, though, because, like, the feather is fairly weak. And I want to make, like, stronger feather potions. So, yeah. Oh my god, is that ass? I thought it would be... Oh, wait, no, there's booba and ass! Nice! Love it. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Ding, 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 dong. She just told us she found a himbo horse and asked who wanted the name to check you out. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yes, I am a himbo hoss. I am a zebra, technically speaking, but himbo hoss works well. GrantZeebs. I play all kinds of, like, games. I have never played Oblivion, like, the original Oblivion before. I have played Skyrim, a shit ton of Skyrim, but I've not played any of the other Elden Rings. The furthest I went in Oblivion before the remastered was released was going through the tutorial, like, the sewers. That's the furthest I have gone. So, yeah, every step I take in this Oblivion Remastered is the furthest that I have gone. It's good stuff. Alrighty. Jump. Thank you for the peck dance. I do appreciate it. So, yeah. Alright. But yeah. Okay, so I have, like, so many feather potions that I'm gonna need to, like, drink up. Oh, this one does a restore health. Alright, where was I going? Oh yeah, I was going back to a Daedric thingy-majiggy there, but there was an Oblivion Gate. It seems appropriate to go through that Oblivion Gate, because it's a little too close to the Imperium, so we're gonna close that up, and hopefully... Oh, there's my horse. Why are you here? Oh, I'm over-encumbered. Shit. Thankfully, I have a shit ton of potions. I'm gonna use the weakest ones first. So I've got a 68... a 69, and another 6. Okay. Okay, I can drink like 6 potions at once. Here we go. Fuck you, scamp. Get fist. Ah, damn it, I went through the portal. I was hoping to, you know, pick up things off that thing and then go through the portal. How the f... And once again, I will be going through this, wondering how the fuck does anyone navigate these spires? How do people not just, you know, do the needful of just jump really high? There we go. Nothing in you. Alright, here we go. The Eternal Twilight. Velk, is there any trick to, like, going up these Oblivion Towers, like, quickly?
Through Restoration, all things are possible. Rule 1 of Oblivion.
Oh, shit! Alright, let me just run past these. Oh.
And Rule 2, Athletics and Acrobatics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'll try and get those up at some point. Grab that. Grab this. Ooh, a flawless ruby. Yes, please. Yes.
That's the real treasure.
The real treasure is the Daedra heart, now that I have, like, 3,000 of them. Alright, so this goes...
more.
I can always have more. Ah! Where the fuck do I... Because there was that door, which goes fucking nowhere. Ah! Where's the... Oh, here we go. Bold! Anyway, so yeah. Hopefully, Shinzo, you're gonna have a wonderful time here. Sometimes I go on to, like, random rants and what have you, either because of weight loss, the way the world is, and just, like, dumb nonsense. Like, very much, you will find me do, like, really dumb nonsense conversations, such as, like, the 100 people versus one gorilla conversation. That has happened at work in the past. You already am, to be honest. Nice. Oh, wrong button. Actually, I should probably practice my destructive.
Because the sigil is at the very top of this instance right now. As in, if you look up, you'll see it.
I don't see it.
Okay, it used to be like that. But, yeah, you can skip a lot of floors by just jumping.
Jump good.
Yep.
Oh, gee. Oh, fuck. I was really hoping that was a jump good moment, but never mind.
I don't think there is a jump that good.
I don't know. I've seen some TikToks that are like, people just going really high on skooma, and then there's like, the song that is just like dur, 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 big step up, ba 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 da da, and they do like real crazy fucking acrobatics. Man, you have nothing in you. Give me goods. Alright, we go up here. We go up here. Ah! Why is there towers? Can I break these towers? No. Fuck! Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. I am navigating a tower in Ooh, hello. Oh, that's just for Magicka nonsense. I am navigating a tower in Oblivion.
Calm your rice paddy.
You calm your rice paddies. How do I get the fuck out of... Oh, there's a Citadel door. Not the cactar! Actually, this is a really good time to drink some more feathered potions. Hang on. Oh, I can't drink any more potions. Damn it! Just gonna have to wait till the effect is off, and then we should be good. Oh, hello. Should I grab the Daedra, like, gear?
If you like heavy gear, yeah.
Damaging luck, enthralling presence, hindering thingamadiggies. Thank you.
Especially if it's Daedric and not Dremora.
Oh, it's Dremora. Never mind. I thought it was Daedric. Dremora is, like, weak, isn't it? You'd ask Code if they are free later today. I checked in with them ahead of time. Unfortunately, they are a night shift worker. And this Saturday is a night shift for them, unfortunately. Vel, do you play Commander?
Oh, Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. The,
Oh, God. I haven't played that since... Oh, over 10 years ago. That just aged me. Holy shit. My last expansion, I think, was either Phyrexia.
Wait, like the new Phyrexia? Like the recent one? Like the War of the Machines Phyrexia? Or the earlier Phyrexia?
The older one.
Oh. Yeah, that's a whiles ago. My, my last one was the, Thunder Junction, the one with the cowboys. I told myself I was gonna get the Middle Earth expansion, so the Universes Beyond, but I have not done that. There's a Final Fantasy one that's gonna be coming out. I don't know if I'm gonna get that, but yeah, I've been trying to save money here and there. New Phyrexia is old. All right, do I go through this door?
But I am also busy tonight as well with raiding.
Fair enough, fair enough. Ah, once again.
I'm down for Magic the Gathering, though. I
Hmm.
have not played it in a hot minute.
Yeah, because spoilers for Blue. Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is pretty good at Magic the Gathering shit. And they're trying to get together, like, you know, find a group of people to play. Wait, do I just need a... Hang on. I am so confused. Like, which tower are we supposed to go into? They're doing spoilers already for FF? Yeah, no, I've seen them. Oh, wait, here we go. Is this it? No, this isn't. Wait, is this it? No. Yes? Maybe. Hang on. Do I have to, like, explore the different towers until we find the... Because there isn't, like, a thingy-majiggy in this, is there?
Are you talking about the Magic the Gathering on Steam?
No, the Magic the Gathering, we would just use, tabletop.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, with Tabletop Simulator, because you can just input your own custom, blah, blah, blah. You can just input custom decks in there, and that's how you play, like... So it's basically proxies online.
I'm down.
Alrighty, so, unfortunately, this doesn't seem to be the appropriate place. Did I just get myself stuck in this fucking thing? Oh, come on, come on. I just got myself...
Oh, Jesus.
Look, there's an autosave.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Press tilde.
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
Cause like then it like breaks the achievements. Why do you think I'm doing the duplication glitches? It's so then that way I can still get the achievements in this single player game. Alrighty, so it's not meant to be the Anguish Shrine. Are we supposed to maybe... So are we supposed to try and get to this one here? Is that the idea? Because it doesn't look like there's a... Yeah, it doesn't look like there's an obvious path. Like the two... So we have the twin towers here and there. And... Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Daedra Towers. They are, frankly, a bitch.
Yeah, some of them are anal bleeding the structure.
Like, am I supposed to, like, do something here? Jump? Nope. Oh, hello. Fuck you, scamp. But yeah, so Blue wants to, like, get together some Commander people, and they were like, hey, do you like Commander? And I was like, I like Commander. Would you like to play Commander? Yeah, I would like to play Commander. Unfortunately, I don't know that many people who will also play Commander with me, so I can count on one hand, Blue, and there we go.
I think I've only played Commander once.
And
that was it.
Alright.
I'm down. It's just, I haven't done it much.
Lock 1 of 2 has been... Oh, okay, so... Oh, hello. So I now need to go into the other tower, it seems. So now I have to get out from here, go into another tower, and pull the lever on that one, it seems. Oh, Angrel! Angrel's an Aussie. Oh, hello. Yay, so... Nice. So then we go to this one here, and that will probably pull something, and then they will, like, extend the thingy-majiggies into there, perhaps. Alright, maybe this tower isn't too bad. Angrel is someone I should put on my, like, list of names of people who could play Magic the Gathering Commander.
I wonder what mana I go for. I used to go for red and green, but...
Gruul is... Look, Gruul is good, alright? I go Gruul as well. Lord knows, however, I probably do need to, like, get some practice into making decks going forward. No! A fatal error! Fuck. There's been a fatal error crash. My first one ever. Yep, there it is. Dink, donk.
I just like the mana ramp. The mana ramp is fun.
Look, I like mana ramp and big monsters. That's how it works for me. That's why Gruul is my... Like, I use Xenagos is the commander that I use. And the fact that it's like, oh yeah, beginning of combat. Target creature gets, you know, increased power and toughness equal to its power is just phenomenal. It's fantastic. Alrighty, let me
Nowadays, I'm
get this game up and running again.
Black and blue.
Black and blue. That's... No, Azorius is white and blue. Black and blue is what's that one? That's the sneaky gang.
Oh yeah, that does sound like me. Okay, yep.
Black and blue. I'm trying to remember like what that is. But yeah, in Commander,
the ruiner of fun.
In Commander, I've learned like in the 2-color combos, white is pretty weak, unfortunately, because you know it only does like a little bit. It does boosting and it does enchantment removal. It doesn't really do that well because, you know, the minute you go into, like, black, which allows you to do creature removal, graveyard recursion, and what have you, that works really well in a singleton format. So, yeah. Black is, like, one of the most busted of the colors to add into your wheel. I don't have a lot of graveyard recursion in my Gruul deck either. Mine is more about, like, you know, cheating things out or dropping nonsense. Alrighty. Hopefully we do not go through an error with this one. Fuck you, scamps.
I did have an old spell that dealt with... What was it? Ah, yes. It was called Choke. Islands don't untap during their controller's untap phase.
Oh, and on blue as well. On blue users.
No, that was on green.
Islands are... Wait, oh, so Choke is a green spell that affects blue spell users.
Yes.
Hell yeah, fuck them. Fuck them blue players.
Yeah, back when I played green, absolutely. Stop countering my shit.
It's not your turn yet.
What do you mean? That's an enchantment.
Yep. Alright, oop, hang on.
That's not an instant.
Alrighty, and then in here we got healing and potion of charisma.
Yeah, I used to be against counter spells, but now I'm all for ruining the fun of everyone else.
If I'm not a fan of blue because of the oh, hello. Oh, okay, so it's retracted that. All right, here we go. This is what's called a pro gamer move.
This will end well.
You were saying?
That this will end well?
Yeah, and it did. Look at that. I'm alive.
Yeah. I know. That's why I said this will end well.
Yeah, but normally when you say this will end well, normally people are like, you know, not trusting of like the thing, and they're just expecting you to, you know, pull one of these like pro gamer moves, and then you're just like doing a great big fall like this.
Yes, but I have the Daria voice in which sarcasm sounds like my regular voice, so I can get away with it.
Ah, good old Daria. What was the name of the actress who played as April? You don't know it. Never mind.
Of what?
Parks and Rec.
Oh yeah, I do not know, I'm afraid.
Yeah. That's why I stopped myself. I was just like, nope, you were not going to get this reference. Like, I need to... At some point, I am probably going to need to set up, like, movie night with you, where we get to go through fun TV shows and movies, like Ted Lasso or Parks and Rec. Although Parks and Rec is going to take a really long time. Maybe I should just give you, like, access to my Plex server, so you can just catch up.
You don't want to do that.
What do you mean you don't want to do that?
Because if we ever do a movie night, ever, You are going to sit down and watch Star Wars the Christmas edition with me.
You make that sound like as if that's the worst thing I've had to watch. Ah! I forgot how little health I have. Which actress? Blonde one or the one with always the grim face? The April Ludgate one. So she's like, you know, always out. It's like, someone is gonna die. Because someone, I think it was College Humor or Funny or Die, someone was like, oh, here's a live action Daria. And they just went and grabbed that actress. Oh, that's why my apparel is broken. That's why I'm having a bit of a tough time with... Oh, these are bigger than normal guys. That's why. They're a little bit stronger. That Aubrey Plaza. Yes, that's the woman. That's the officer. That was the woman that would play as Dara. Or that Dara's the one with like the monotone voice and the glasses, right? I'm not imagining things.
Yeah, that's Dara. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. 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 Cool.
The one that was originally in Beavis and Butthead.
Alright, restore health. Alright, we're gonna go... Cannot drink any more potions right now. Cannot drink any more potions right now. God fucking damn it. Alright, we're gonna put on this. Actually, no, that's gonna drain my strength. Charm, damage luck, burden, minor detect life. Alright, I'm just gonna stay here for a little bit, wait for things to revive, and then heal myself very quickly, because I have to go a little bit slower in this particular tower for whatever reason. Oh! Fuck you. Thank you. There we go. The clan fears are so much stronger than all the other, like, runts I've had to deal with. Alright, so... now I need to do the thing. They're the ones you have to fight in this mission. Oh, you're going through Kvatch right now, and you're like pretty high level, aren't you? There we go. All right. Yeah, this is just a Dramora, so. Oof. Nearly died. Yay! Restoration has increased to level 50. Alrighty. Daedra Heart and Thingy. Dramora. Flame Thingamadoog. Awesome. Now we can cast more powerful restorations! Fuck you. I'm still alive, though, so that's the good news. Now I'm like just now I'm just like very much aware of like I should probably check above me, make sure I'm not gonna about to get like sliced in half. Yeah. Alrighty. Oop. My apparel is broken. Fuck's sake. Cookie for real, Shinzo. I'd give it to you properly, but unfortunately I'm in the middle of a fight for my life. My armor ain't too good. Cannot repair while there's enemies nearby. God damn it. Alright. Alright, let's try... I wish there was like a hotkey to like repair like when you're hovering over the item or what have you, rather than, you know, going all the way to your repair hammer.
I think you can assign your repair hammer to one of your quick keys and it'll help with that.
Yeah, that would probably... because I got major wounds here and there. So... and it won't let me do it in combat, so probably is like the better option. So, hang on. Repair hammer. Let's put you to 8. Being extra sneaky right now. Oh, hello. Dremora, Lesser Staff of Sickness, Voice of Rapture, a Weak Potion of Light, and another Heart. This time it's going a lot better than last time. Oop. Alluring Gaze, and another Daedra Heart. Thank you. Ooh, a Necklace of the Sea giving me water breathing. Another Daedra Heart. Flare, Heat Shield, potions, potions. Ooh, a Silver Nugget. Yes, please. Alright, where is... oh, I need to go through a door, do I? Or... oh, over encumbered again. Good old feather. The Cingulum Sanguineus. Sounds like the right direction to go. Yep. Yeah, so my light armor is degrading faster than my heavy, because I haven't been leveling up the light armor as much as my heavy armor, because I'm wearing more pieces of heavy. But I like the enhancement that the Kavach Curious gives me. Dunk and dunk. Oh my god, the fuck is that? It's an alligator. Let me just keep moving and not die. Is he following me? No, but... Oh, wait, now he is. Ah! Yeah, he's a strong fella. The Crocs, yeah. Wonder if they're weak to something. Probably have a better chance when going up against them one at a time. I think he sees me. No, 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 no. Damn it! I got knocked out! Ooh, this is gonna be a toughie. Alright. Actually, now that I have a higher level of restoration, maybe... So, restoration gives me magic resistance. Give me 15% for 20 seconds. Alteration, restoration. Guard is an alteration that gives 30% for 30 seconds. Fortified intelligence. Not enough magic for the health. There we go. Still alive. No worse for the wear. Alright, we're gonna wait for this to revive just a little bit more. Quick saving here. So then that way... Where the hell is the guy? I've lost... Oh, there he is. Gotcha! Yes, and I got myself some teeth that give me Night Eye, Frost Shield, and Bourbon. Yep, cool. That wasn't so bad. Doing it one at a time, and we succeed. Restoration went up by 2 levels so far. Summoning a Headless Zombie, a Petty Soul Gem, and some gold. So, Angrel, how far into Oblivion have you gone so far? Because right now I'm at the stage where it's like, oh, I gotta find some books, meet up with the mythic, the mythic, Dawn person, a guy named the Sponsor. I don't know how far away from mission that puts me. Thank you for the lockpick. And there we go. And there's my horse. Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a sniff.
That's not how that song goes, but that's probably for the better.
Oh, give it for a lick, isn't it? Not give it for a sniff.
Actually, no, I don't know which is worse now.
Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Huh. White Flames. Haven't seen that one before. Oh, hello. There's someone to fight. Yes, there is. A skeleton. I should probably swap from, like, from heavy gear to light gear for a little bit to try and increase the whatsamahoozy, the level of my light armor gear. Might be an appropriate thing to increase. Ooh. 69, 75, 72, 70, 68. Here we go. What is this stone? Ooh, flax seeds. Elf cups, Colaboom, more flax seeds. I can pick up all this stuff because I'm no longer over encumbered. Hopefully it does something useful for me in the alchemy department. What's your deal? The Hestra Runestone. The stone stirs under your hand. Do you seek to conjure its weapons and armor? Sure. What does it do? Ooh, okay. So it gives me a dagger and a shield. Oh no, it gives me a dagger. It gives me a dagger and gauntlets. Nice. Alright. What is this Daedric artifact? Not sure if it does it in this, but I think there's a bonus to hand from heavy gauntlets. I feel like yes. Because that's why I'm wearing heavy gauntlets, and I don't know. Oh, Jesus Christ! Fuck you, troll.
I feel like that was a Skyrim thing. I remember that being a Skyrim thing.
Damage agility, fortify personality, and damage willpower.
You might be right.
Yeah. If not, then we'll just go and, like, in the future, I'll figure out how to enchant gear, so then that way I just have some, you know, jacked fucking, skills that are like, ah, yes, improve hand-to-hand. Let me up this hill. Seriously? Let me up this hill. There's probably a better way up this hill, but this is the way I know. Yeah! Fuck you. Figured out this hill. There we go. And whatsamahoozy's shrine is somewhere around here. There it is. Mephala's.
anyone you want to talk to.
You approach the shrine of Mafala. The web spinner watches you. You better have the right offering. All right.
All right, let's.
You're full. Was that supposed to be a? I accept. Not bad. Not bad at all. Don't make me laugh. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, yes. Don't be silly.
All right. So we do this to that to this.
I'm sorry. I'm not buying that one.
All right, and then ding, dong.
That's don't please. I'm sorry.
All right. Let's do a free rotation.
Don't
so we do
make
boast.
I accept. I'm not buying that one.
All right. Ding, dong.
Not. I accept. I have no choice.
Oh, who's? Oh yeah, I've caught some stuff. By the by, real Shinu. Oh wait, what have I?
Yes, yes. Whatever you say. You're a big. Don't be silly. Sure, that's cute. That's pretty. No more. You're fright. Was that supposed to be a comp? You're pathetic. Yes, yes. Whatever you say. You're pathetic. Was that supposed to be a compliment?
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. Whatever you want. Don't be silly. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so 86 is the highest. What are rumors?
You better have the right.
Nope.
Mafala tugs the strings of mortals for her pleasure. Are you sure you desire audience with the web spinner?
I don't know what the web spinner does, but sure.
Leave Mafala an offering of nightshade at the shrine between midnight and dawn, and the web spinner may grant you an audience. Farewell.
Neat. Oh, hello, Rona.
What?
Rumors?
We don't want more worshippers. Good day.
Alrighty, so what time is it? Right now it's... Okay, it's almost midnight by an hour. So I just need some nightshade. Wherever that... Do I have nightshade on me? Or am I gonna need to look for it? So there's some monk's wood. Summer, what's Mahoozy? Now, would this Daedra be nice enough as to have nightshade near their shrine or not? Let's see. More monk's wood. Oh, hello, wolf.
For accuracy's sake, they should let you have a tomato. And just give that to the Daedra.
Oh yeah, because nightshade is tomato is a form of nightshade, isn't it?
Yep.
I remember there was like an episode of actually a web series where they get like contestants where they have like a stack of false statements and such like that, and they have to figure out what's wrong and go actually. One of the statements for their real life skills, which is the last question of the episode, was talking about how all nightshade was poisonous. And yeah, that's where I like the like learning of like, oh yeah, like there is nightshades that are actually not poisonous. Like you have options. So yeah. Ding. Oh yeah, we have a really big fish dex. There's a lot of fish out there, and a lot of people who do a lot of fishing in my streams as well. All right, ding dong. I wonder, do you think the game will let me be clever enough as to leave a tomato if I had one?
Probably not, no.
Alrighty, let me just double check my inventory if I've got a... Nah, it doesn't look like I have either a tomato or a nightshade, so... There goes that plan.
Okay, one of the plans I was thinking of isn't a Nightshade.
Hmm.
It's part of the... Oh, it's the Nettle family. You know what? That makes more sense.
Hang on. I need to drink my feather potions. I've got so many of them. Which one's 70?
Question.
Answer.
Why aren't the feather potions weightless?
I don't know. Should they?
They make you weigh less, so... What? What?
I don't know. At least they don't
I
weigh...
didn't think about this.
At least they... Like, it's a potion you have to consume, but at least they didn't make it where it was like, oh yeah, half the weight of the potion is, like, its effect or something like that. So... Or, you know, the effect of the potion is based off of, you know, twice its weight or anything weird like that. So at least they didn't become like that kind of an asshole where it's like, oh, by consuming a 20-pound drink, you too can now hold on to like 40 pounds of shit or something. At least they didn't do that to you.
I'd drink that.
I'll be real, if there was like a potion that just let me, like, you know, defecate half my body weight, would absolutely go for it.
Jesus. That does exist.
Damn Ozempic potion. Yep. Look.
Are you lactose intolerant?
No.
Drink milk.
Nah, I'm not inferior. If it wasn't for the autism, I would be a genetic catch. Like, for reals. Alrighty, where is... Oh, bear. Fuck you, bear. Got him. You know, we're just exploring now. Oh, there's another fort this way. 8. There we go. Armor slowly but surely is increasing in level, which is good. A lot of monk's wood here and mort, but no nightshade yet. Disappointing. Although I will be real with you, I wouldn't know what nightshade is until I, like, you know, grabbed at it.
If I remember, it's a purple flower, but I could be wrong.
Okay, okay. The Jarl Mountains! Oh, hello, troll. Oh my god, minotaurs! Fuck.
Is it a cattle of minotaur? Or herd, or...
Herd, I think, is the generic term for mammals. Or, like, you know, digigraded sort of beasts. What would you call a group of bulls?
Bullshit. Sorry, that was just immediate. I couldn't stop me from that one.
You're just like, oh shit. That is your... Ah! That is just your immediate thought. Oh my gosh, we have...
Well, yes, I'm Australian. I run away from things.
Cows. Look at them cows. Yeah. They fucked me over, Angrel. I got fucked over by cows. They're more dangerous than sharks in this world.
Especially kangaroos. Oh god. I'm so happy that there isn't fantasy kangaroos.
You know what? They should probably do that at some point. Make a fantasy Australia and actually be like, you know, here's some kangaroos that will fuck you up. And then there's like, oh, all these...
outrun them.
Can you not outrun kangaroos? Oh, yeah.
Not in real life. Good luck. Those things just hop. I was gonna say sprint, but they do not. They just hop.
Yeah, they hop. I know they can hop really high. I didn't know if they would, you know, be really good sprinters is all. So, that's my... That's where I'm pausing. It's just sort of like, could I outrun a All right, lavender, blackberry.
Usually they're not aggressive. In spring, don't.
Not fair.
Do not.
Look, we
have plenty of them on the island that we are.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Nah, fair enough. I used to go, like, back at Sunshine Coast University, they have kangaroos just, or whatever, the one that looks like kangaroo but isn't and is slightly smaller. What's that one called?
Oh, wallaby.
No, wallabies are fat asses. The other one.
Well, they're small. They're smaller kangaroos. What do you want?
No. This one is very kangaroo shaped, but it's... Anyway. There's like...
And also,
yeah.
when kangaroos are aggressive, their kicks will disembowel you.
Yeah, no,
that is not a joke.
Yeah,
they do not fuck around.
I remember someone was like wearing body armor and they got kicked in the chest, and it's like, yeah, they just got bruised. Because it's a very blunt trauma. It's not a, you know, something that can dissipate very easily. Alright, so there was some trolls here. Or was there just a skeleton here? No nightshade. Don't worry, chat, we'll find nightshade. Although, knowing our luck, there probably isn't any on this hill. Because the Daedra just wants to be a real asshole. Why kangaroo-shaped, but not kangaroo? Because, like, I don't know if it was kangaroos that were on the campus, or the slightly smaller variant that were still, like, you know, with the giant legs and the hunches and yada yada. Don't.
I found that emus are friendlier than kangaroos.
Okay.
That could just be personal experience, though, from that one on the island.
From that one experience on the island. Yeah, I didn't get my shit kicked in.
Well, there was an emu that would just do its equivalent of knocking on doors for food.
Nah. It's learning, is what.
Well, it damaged the doors because it would knock with its beak.
Oh, so it'd be like, you know, someone like with a pick just going like ting, ting, ting.
Yes.
Yeah. So. Wait, why am I healing myself? These are fucking goblins. These aren't going to be a problem. I wish it did the Skyrim thing and letting me carry, like, a shield when doing my, what's-my-whoosy, doing my fist attacks.
Oh, can you not?
No, I'm holding, like, I'm equipped with a shield right now, but until, it won't, like, come out until I have, like, a bladed weapon or a blunt weapon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't let you, like... Yeah. Alrighty. Sup. And get fucked over. Oh, hello. Yeah, these guys are really weak. So, ain't no thing. Oh, hello. Yep, one shot the rat. And another one shot of the rat. Please don't let this be a moment where I have to double back at some point. Okay, thankfully it doesn't look like it is. Steel mace, cool. Oh, hello there, Dwagon Eye. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Man, so popular. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I am going through Oblivion for, like, the first time. So if you're wondering, like, what's the furthest I've gone into Oblivion, both original and remaster, it's this point here. I found, like, 3 volumes of, like, the Mystic Dawn or what have you, and we need to talk to someone called the Sponsor down in the sewers, but I'm ignoring that main quest line. Oh, it crashed again. I'm ignoring that quest line. Stop thief, that's my sausage. Who stole your sausage? Did anyone steal my sausage? No, I don't have any sausages in my fridge, so I'm fine as I is. Other than the fact that the game crashed again, so. But hey, at least there was like an autosave earlier. I am going to swap over to... I have barely started this game. I've spent like an hour plus making your character. I barely spent time on my character. I understand some people are like huge fans of like character customization and such, but like, look, most of the time, my guy's going to be covered in armor and I'm going to be in first-person view. It barely matters to me. So yeah. But no, thank you so much for bringing your viewers over to here. If you need to unwind, de-stress, or anything like that, totally understand. You go and do that. I will try and keep them occupied and you know, with a little bit of entertainment for a little bit, because how long have I... Oh, I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. I might need to not stream. I might need to end stream at some point within the next half hour or so. Otherwise, the entire day is going to be away from me. Because today is Saturday and I go back to work on Monday. Don't crash again. We'll try not to. You're an Aussie. It's gone 4 a.m. here. You're going to bed. Fair enough, Cease. Hope you have a wonderful sleep, Dwagonite. Oh, am I all the way back? Oh, here we go. Alright, so there's you with a lockpick. Chainmail helmet. It's not really useful. Alright, so we move on ahead. Open this door. Man, these guys have no strength on them. There we go. And there we go. Dwarven mace. Barrels of things. There we go. Repair all that, so then that way our armor gets a little bit of levels, and I'm not wearing broken gear as I run through this place. What do you think I'm going to find at the end of this cave?
A goblin?
Imagine if there was just like a random giant goblin that was like 2 or 3 times the size of this.
You mean an orc?
Is that just really what it is? Like, orcs are just bigger goblins?
I think they're elves, technically, but I don't know. I could be wrong on this one.
Lord of the Rings lore has it where Uruks and orcs were technically elves corrupted by dark magics and sorcery. So... this guy was an easy whop. Bam. Wait, come on. Bam. Womp. Get here. Get here.
Where did that other one come from?
He just jumped down, but no,
yeah.
It's no problem for me. Like, observe. No problem for me. Dunk, more feather potion, please. Yum. Alright, Alright, looks like there's nothing else here in this pit, so... chest is empty. So we now go to the exhausted bottom section. Morgoth tried copy homework of Australian-made orcs. Stuff happens. Fair enough. Shit happens sometimes. Yep. Grab you, but not grab all you. Grab you. And they're just burning random books. Gold nugget.
Well, for them, it has words that don't mean anything, so I guess...
It's just paper for them. Man, I love just, like, hitting things with... Are there bears in Australia? Technically koalas, but that's it. Koalas are bears.
They are venomous.
I wouldn't exactly...
That's not even a joke.
Look, I don't know if I would put koalas in, like, a danger category of venomous.
Oh, have you been bitten by one?
No.
I know someone who has. They go right to the bone.
Oh. I don't like this.
As you know, what do koalas eat?
Eucalyptus. It's So it's going to be a bit of a burn, isn't it? Oh, hi, Clara.
That is nothing but garbage in their mouths.
Hopefully
That's straight to the hospital.
Hmm.
To get disinfected.
Ugh. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like that's...
They will rarely bite, unless one of them's in a pissy mood,
Hmm.
which shouldn't be a thing, but...
I imagine if you find yourself with a wild koala, you are going to make it a pissy mood.
Well...
Ooh! I found a jade amulet with the inscription for Kayleen in the possession of a goblin boss. This must have been stolen from someone. I should hold on to it until I locate the owner.
Well, there's a few things that when you just get bitten by them in here, then you don't have to worry about it, but...
Drop bears are not a real threat. You're not
No, drop bears aren't. We'll dispel that. Koalas just...
we don't need to create a fantasy monster when the real thing is just, oh, it's a problem if you don't do it right. Alright, how do I... So, this is the thing that I have recently learned, is that... Oh, wait, unless, maybe
There's usually a shortcut.
Like, is there? Like...
Usually. Sometimes.
Doesn't look like for this one there is.
Not this time.
God damn it. Like, in Skyrim, nearly every cave has like a secondary exit, which was like pretty decent design, whereas yeah, in Morrowind I've learned that sometimes it isn't. Like, that's why I was kind of impressed that, you know, you took me to a like an elven whatsamahoozy thing where there was a thingamabob, there was an exit.
Yeah.
Like, it doubled
There was
back.
a shortcut.
Yeah. So...
Because they got a little bit better.
So, but they didn't do any, like, proper changes to the caves and what have you until Skyrim. But I think that was the point, was that Skyrim improved their design because of how players reacted to them in Morrowind and Oblivion.
And Daggerfall. Oh god, Daggerfall.
Oh, so they've just always had shitty designs, is it?
You don't know. So you would spend a day in Daggerfall in a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean an in-game day.
You would spend... Yeah. Sounds about right, considering...
Horrible.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not a fan of... Like, unless the dungeon was, like, a proper questline, or are you talking, like, this is just a random throwaway dungeon that they didn't really think very hard on? Because Daggerfall is, like, a massive, like, video game, like, map and such, but the problem is that it's because it's all procedurally generated or some nonsense, it's a massive, like, map of nothing.
Yeah. And it's also really empty and...
Yeah.
But when you do go to a dungeon, it's either going to be 2 rooms or yes rooms.
I'd rather the 2 rooms.
Same.
Big stretch. Ugh. Oh, look, a deer. Damn it. Lol, I can just hear the mace just, like, rolling down the hill. It's just right there.
Oh, is that a mace spin do?
Was that an attempt at a play on words that you were trying there?
It was, I think that's a Star Trek joke, but I guess I missed.
You missed. I am not familiar with the Star Trek to the level you think I am. Oh, look,
I don't know if it was Star Trek, Star Wars, or Stargate. I know Stargate more than anything else, but
how do you know Stargate more than anything else? Stargate is like a niche is a niche sci-fi.
I have a good reason.
Tomato. All right, we got our nightshade now. These carrots are going to be mighty helpful. I don't know in what, but in something. Oh, I'm over encumbered again. Time to eat. Drink some feather. This is someone's crop, and I just said, fuck it, it's mine. Oh, hello. It says activate.
That's weird.
I bet. Oh, I bet this is where the the quest like served cold is. So, hang on. Let me All right, we'll wait 5 hours. That should make it daytime in this area. I will be over encumbered again, but I can just drink more feathered.
If you're here to please, I am.
Avenge.
Also going back to the commenters,
This is amazing. I haven't tasked you to bring the amulet back to me, and yet you have. Those goblins in exhausted mine you got this from killed my poor wife, and now you have a reward. The council runs the arena to amuse the masses, and it pays for itself with all. You will be included in my prayers forever. May the divines smile upon you.
May my grace protect the valiant. Ooh, interesting. What effect does that do to me, I wonder? So... Kayleen's grace fortifies my fatigue for 600 seconds. Fortifies my health. Okay, so yeah, so my fatigue and health gets fortified by this woman. Nice. How lovely. And there's Oblivion gates all around this place. How the fuck is this guy still alive and only had to deal with goblins when there's Oblivion gates left and right of him? Ridiculous. Somehow he survives. I'm just gonna quick save here, just in case. Because Lord knows if it crashes again, I'm not gonna be too happy. But if it does crash again, I will take it as a sign as to finish the game at this point. Or finishing the stream, sorry, not the game. I'm not gonna speed run through the main story in the next, like, 3 minutes or anything like that. I don't think that's possible in Skyrim explicitly.
Oh, I think the world record for beating this game is like 10 minutes.
Oh. Okay. Dunk.
Without using the console commands as well.
Nah, fair enough. I feel like it would be very unfair if you used console commands, because then you could just use the console commands to be like, invoke, like, the following, invoke the following, like, quest triggers. Because, yeah, in the console commands, it's like, oh yeah, kill thing, give this, give that. But you could also have the console command be like, trigger this quest marker. So. More wolves to kill. Oh, there's a Minotaur. Wait, they can use magic? I didn't notice that on the earlier one, but since when could they just, like, throw fucking magic at me?
Did the Minotaurs... Did they not?
I think one of them, like, earlier, and I didn't really notice it properly, but I was just like, oh, it's a throwaway thing. But yeah, now, it's only just now, like, clued into my head of, like, oh, hey, yeah, it did cast magic. Alrighty, where the fuck am I going? Okay, I'm way too far away from the Daedra thingamadiggy. More monk's wood. I'll pick it up anyway, because I can. Whee!
Why is your quiver just floating in front of you as a shadow?
Hang on, let me... Where do you see that?
That was back up the hill.
I can barely see it, sorry.
It's fine, it's disappeared now. That was weird.
Just gonna up my athleticism and my acrobatics by taking big falls. Here we go. Whee! Quick save there, just in case. Because I'm gonna fall again.
Your ankles are just going through your shoulders at this point, it's fine.
Nah, it's all practice, and I'm healing myself before it gets too painful. See? Totally fine.
Totally fine, you say, coughing up a shin bone.
Literally just coughing a bone. Oh, and as I make my way over to this Daedra, the Daedra's just gonna be like, the fuck are you doing? There we go, there's a shrine. How in the world, like, this area doesn't have Nightshade is beyond me. Alright, let me just crouch, just so then that way we can try and heal faster. Wish we could talk with Minotaurs? You can in Dungeons & Dragons, because Minotaurs is now a player species you can pick. Oh, I'm over encumbered, that's why I'm walking slowly. Okay. Jump. And... did not die. Oh, hey, a wolf. Good thing I didn't actually, like, die from the wolf of all things. Oh no, that's just a random bush. And then, ooh, Roxy's in, hang on. Jump. 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 Restoration is at level 54.
Whereabouts are you on the map? I can point you towards some Nightshade if you want.
I'm over here. Although I'm probably going to end the stream here, honestly, now that I'm at an inn, and I'll probably like go in there, rent a room, go to sleep, level up a little bit, so then that way it gets me from level 14 to level 15. And I'm still going to invest in a lot more Magicka stuff. Oh, hello! Why are you invisible?
The arena's faked. You think those guys are getting killed? Really?
Why is this man invisible?
Very syrup and ham acting.
Is there something wrong?
The man's invisible.
That could be something he's wearing. Camouflage, perhaps.
What nonsense. Oh, that's amazing. That's enough.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so...
You
ding. Dong.
Is drab and red. Oh, that's just stupid. Don't waste your flattery on me.
Alright, free rotation. To go ding, dong, bam.
Oh, that's just stupid. My life is drab. That's just not funny. I won't fight. Don't talk such rot. I can't. Such adventures. How I envy you. What nonsense. That's just not funny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just stupid. Such adventures. I won't fight. Don't talk such rot.
Don't touch such rot. Meyer.
Don't try to manipulate me.
Coerce.
I salute. You think that's funny?
Almost got him to max thingamadiggy.
That's enough. Such adventure. Oh, that's just not now, not later. I won't. I salute you. Most impressive. Oh, that's just. Don't waste your.
What's up?
On
is
me.
is
You're
that
good.
still a thing? So, if you draw your weapon on someone as you talk to them, it will lower the amount of reputation that they have with you. So you can buff it up a little bit more when you talk to them.
Okay.
So if you put your weapons away now and talk to him, his happiness should be higher.
Speak freely.
I hope I can. Tell me more.
97. Yeah.
Good day.
Okay, so that is still a thing.
What's going on with you?
Why?
What can I do for you?
What the hell is going on in here?
Everyone's just a little stronger.
Any creature you find is
About that.
Have you heard about Kvat? They say that Daedra came from a...
Yes? Good day.
What the hell's going on here?
Everyone's just in much stronger armor, except for this Imperial Legion.
If you've got to travel, if you run into trouble, come find me.
What can I do for you? My favorite town? Anvil. You too.
Hang on, I need to wait for him to, like, do his...
Good to see you.
Everyone is staring at you.
I'm just gonna...
Got some nimble fingers. What?
He's got nothing on him.
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence.
Resist arrest.
Pay with your...
Getting into.
We've got a pickpocket
So
here.
yeah, it would be something that he's wearing then, gives him camouflage.
This is ridiculous!
What the hell? What have you done?
I don't know. I could wear some Legion gear. That would be kind of good.
Well, the chest piece might be better. Although I think the Imperials would have a few questions for you.
Good thing I quick saved. There was a sale on glass weapons. Probably. It's honestly hilarious that the man's just invisible for whatever reason. It's like LARPers coming into a normal town. It's just like, there is no need for everyone to be this decked out.
I don't know how to make this request any simpler,
fun.
but to put it bluntly, Raylan the Greyfinder must die.
Oh, maybe they're here because of that.
Go ahead.
I'll ask more questions.
Please. I'm sorry. Sure. That's cute. I doubt it. Don't try to manipulate me. I accept. I have no choice. I doubt it. Good one. What nonsense. Sure. Don't. Please. I'm sorry. I doubt. Don't talk such rot. Sure. Yes. Yes. Not now. Not later. I doubt it. That's not... A few months ago, that witch of a necromancer decided to inhabit Moss Rock Cavern just north of my inn.
Ah, okay.
What she does in there. Frankly, I don't
The party is probably here because of that grave robber fella.
became unsafe. I've seen undead of all types walking in the dark woods near the cave entrance. Now this area is getting a bad reputation. Every day, it seems the number of undead in her death pays a handsome bounty.
Yep, that would explain everyone being here.
Still no news out of Elswell since a small settlement to the northwest of here, on the other side of the Silver Road to Bruma. We've had travelers through recently that say it's turned into a ghost town.
Ooh, we're getting a lot of juicy details from this tavern, honestly. Alright, I'm gonna buy myself a bed.
Sort.
Yep, I'll take it. It's 10 gold. It costs me nothing.
Only
For
sale here.
boar meat, bone meal, bread loaf, carrots,
You bought that for
corn, crab meat, flour, sure. Ooh, more ham. Mandrake root cures disease, which is always helpful.
fine negotiator. You drive up.
And I will carry, tomatoes this time because, or pumpkins this time because, you know.
Raylan will finally get what's coming to her.
What's going on with you?
Oh, look at that. Look.
There were some goblins around here recently.
Yes? The lowlands of the Great Forest rise to the upland plat... It's
No
you.
idea what the fuck he's on.
Best way to take out a skeleton is with a big weapon. Forget spells.
Alrighty. Ding. 1 hour. That way it procs off the autosave, and we get to level up to level 15. Intelligence to raise our magicka. And then, let's see. So willpower increases how quickly we regenerate magic, and our maximum fatigue. Agility affects the damage of daggers, short swords, and bows. Slightly increases your maximum fatigue, and how quickly you regenerate. Let's go with endurance here, and then 2 more bits into strength, because we can. But yeah, that is probably going to be it for me today, because I need to do a double check into, probably get some chores sorted out, so then that way the laundry can go out in the afternoon/evening, and I'll be able to, like, have them go off through the full thing. Good night. Not to worry there, Araxiel. Thank you so much for raiding in earlier, and I appreciate the follow, and I hope you had a wonderful time. Velk, thank you for keeping me company through Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I am most certainly going to probably play a bit more, like, side quests and faction stuff offline, like, off-stream and such, but we'll definitely continue on with, like, the main story while on stream. Because we did, yeah, this was just a lot of, you know, fucking around kind of time, which was kind of fun to do. But yeah, probably more main story stuff the next time I play this game on stream. So yeah. Alrighty. Let me have a quick look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. It recommends to me a shit ton of people who are playing the Elder Scrolls Remaster, and I'm gonna go with the first option, which is some, like, Canadian VTuber named Virtual Ilkohai. How are they doing? Are they just starting, or? It's their first time ever playing Oblivion. Ah, same as me! Alrighty, well, we're gonna go with that raid then, and if you guys wish to join in, I have the Himbo raid as our message. If you're not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you want. And the next time I'll be streaming most certainly is going to be Monday, because Monday is Mafia Monday, and I've got Mafia 3 to get through. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of grindy nonsense in Mafia 3, though, so there's been a lot of offline progression in terms of exploring the map, getting rid of some of the side mission nonsense, but I've not done any, like, big turnovers, or done, like, any of the underboss side missions, though, so rest assured, you're not gonna, there isn't gonna be like, oh, we skipped some, like, pretty decent, like, stories things. It's just been getting rid of the grindy nonsense, such as go to this place, rob this person, do destruction of property, and what have you. That's the stuff I'll be doing offline, and, like, you know, collecting fuse boxes and shit. But yeah, that is going to be it for me today, and I just want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning stream now that's gone into the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you'll join in with me as we raid into Virtual Kohai, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Eee!